I do make it now 10 o'clock, so if we can make a start. It has been mentioned to me that, well, I can't see a clock actually either in the room. There is one behind the screen, although the time doesn't sync with my watch. It might be an idea at the adjournment if we can just put that clock somewhere more visible. But at the moment, we'll go off my watch, so it's just 30 seconds past 10 o'clock. So good morning, everybody. The inquiry is now open. Can everybody hear me? The microphone does appear to be working. Yes, okay, good. So my name is Matthew Woodward. I am a Chartered Town Planner, and I have been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry. So dealing with the most obvious point first, this inquiry is obviously opened a day later than scheduled. This is regrettable, and it was due to a medical incident involving my partner in a horse riding accident. So I was unable to travel down as planned on Monday. I'm sure everybody will be interested to know that she's fine, apart from her pride and broken ribs. But I would like to thank both parties for their cooperation and understanding on this matter. It was a last resort to obviously delay the inquiry by one day. So I will move on from that. So this inquiry is into an appeal made by Waddington Park Limited under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 against the decision of Exeter City Council to refuse planning permission for an outline planning application for the construction of up to 100 dwellings and associated infrastructure. Means of access to be determined with scale, layout, appearance, and landscaping reserved for future consideration. Of land to the west of Clyst Road, Topsham. So before I go any further, can I confirm that my pronunciation of said names of streets and locations is correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's good. Just for a few housekeeping matters, obviously people could keep their phones on silent. Could the council just explain the emergency evacuation procedure in terms of fire escapes? What are there any fire drills planned, etc.?
Thank you, sir. There are no planned fire alarms today, but in the event of a fire, parties are invited to exit via the door at the back there. The fire assembly point is at the gardens just on the other side of the main building there. Fire to stay suddenly.
Okay, thank you. While your microphone's on, could you just explain where the toilets are and any of the, I know there's a refreshment machine there, for example, would you like to explain procedures in those regards, please?
Certainly. Just through the doors, you'll see the first door on the right is the gents, and if you turn right, the first one on the left is the ladies. So they're both accessible, you don't need to pass.
Okay, and as I just said, there is a water machine there, so people are welcome to get up and help themselves with refreshments as and when. So before I take names of those who wish to speak at the inquiry today, just to note this inquiry is being observed by another planning inspector who is in the room for part of today, and he's sat at the back. This is part of the planning inspector's learning and mentoring programme. He will have no influence over my decision this week, nor will he take part at all in the inquiry. However, you may see him speaking to me during adjournments. I assume everybody is okay with that. So can I start by taking the names of those who wish to speak at the inquiry today? So I will start with the appellant, please.
Good morning, sir. I am Charles Banner Casey, we're getting used to, and I'm here with my colleague Isabel Campbell, who's just two to my left, instructed by David Seaton of PCL Planning, who's immediately to my left, and the three witnesses you're likely to hear from are Mr. Andrew Cook of Exeter Pegasus, just at the end of the table, Mr. Neil Thorne from Stonecliff on transport matters, may or may not be here, and then Mr. Seaton himself, who's accused. And on Section 106 matters, it's possibly you may hear from Assistant David Richardson from Nationals, if any issues are asked.
Okay, thank you. And I'll move on to the council now. you like to introduce your team, please, sir?
Yes, good morning. My name is Timothy LEAP, Council, instructed by Simon Curran, CMR, and solicitor, and I should be calling two witnesses. The first will be Anne Prescott, a landscape architect and Prescott Associates, and then secondly, a Chartertown planner, Robin Upton, who is a planner in Carnes.
Thank you. I know there are two other people in the room. Is there anybody else who would like to speak in the inquiry? Okay, thank you. My other point was, and I forgot to mention this at the start, but is there an attendance that's circulating? If not, could one please circulate?
There is one, sir. It's not presently circulating, but I'm sure it will be.
That's fine. And because it's a relatively small group at the moment, I'm happy if each respective main party wishes to email me their list of witnesses and attendees with qualifications, because the important thing about the circulation list is just making sure I capture the names correctly of the qualifications that will appear on the decision notice. So you can do a mix of both, really, fill in the sheet, but also if you wish to email me as well, that's absolutely fine.
Can I just ask one thing? I'm a little surprised there's nobody here because the previous occupiers are hundreds of people here. Can the council confirm if anyone turned up yesterday, just in case the people who might have wanted to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Banner. I was about to come on to say so. No, it's absolutely fine, Mr. Banner, no problem. It was my next question, because I know there's been obviously some, and a lady has just walked in actually. Just if you'd like to sit down and you can introduce yourself shortly. But could the council just confirm, were there any attendees yesterday, and has there been a request made by in email, in writing, for example, that people wishing to attend the inquiry this week?
So the difficulty we have is there's Mr. Curran who instructs detained on a matter yesterday, so wasn't in the office. I'm going to have to defer to others to answer that question in a moment. We're going to have to just find out. I don't know. I'm not sure this.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that people are aware that the inquiry is happening today and nobody's been unfairly prejudiced. So if you could come back to me while I just ask the lady at the back. Sorry, madam, I just noticed you walked in the room.
Yes, I was directed here from the
That's absolutely fine. We've just started the inquiry, and I've just asked the main parties to introduce themselves. And I've just asked anyone else who's interested in speaking at the inquiry to introduce themselves as well. And because you've just walked in, it's actually an opportune moment for you to say, do you wish to speak and take part in the inquiry, and what your interest is?
What is the inquiry about, please?
The inquiry is a planning appeal, planning inquiry about a scheme for 100 houses, which the council has refused planning permission for. And I'm the planning inspector determining the appeal.
And that's the one topic that you're debating today.
Well, so at the moment I'm going through my opening. So as I go through my opening, I will explain what I think the main issues are. But interested parties are able to also voice their opinions on the scheme. So you will have an opportunity, if you wish, to make your comments on the scheme probably later this morning. Hence, I'm asking if you'd like to take part in the inquiry, and if so, can you just let me know now, and then I know to programme you into the schedule today?
Yeah, I don't think this is the one I was interested in.
Okay, no problem.
All right, sorry.
No, it's absolutely fine.
I thought it was another inquiry.
No, it's absolutely fine.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So whilst we have that break, can I just answer the previous
question?
Yes. We had somebody on the door between 9:15 and 10:15, and this is
okay, so that, I assume that was yesterday, obviously.
Correct.
Yeah. And just to go back to my first point, I did ask the council, and I haven't had any correspondence on this, so I assume the answer's negative. Was there any registered interest in attending the inquiry and speaking via email, for example, or in writing?
Not as far as I'm aware, so it might be wrong, I'm told.
So, Mr. Banner, you did preempt my question. It's fine. I think I'm satisfied to proceed on the basis that I have seen the letters. I was going to come on to this, but I will address it now. I've seen the letters advertising the appeal and advertising the venue as well. So I'm content at this stage to proceed. Okay, thank you. Before I go any further, and obviously this inquiry is important to us all in the room, and this is quite apt given my recent circumstances, but your health and well-being is paramount. I am personally satisfied with the circulation space in the room. There is some air circulating as well. Just to reassure people, I have taken a lateral flow test this morning, which is negative. If anybody has any issues with the room layout, either speak up now or just have a word with either myself or the council of the adjournment, and we'll see if we can change the arrangements in the room. Okay, I don't think I'll be any comments on that at this stage, but I'll carry on. I've gone through the attendance list, filming and recording. So I understand the council indicated that the event is being live streamed on their website or on YouTube. I forget which. Can you just confirm? It doesn't matter which. Yes,
We're on YouTube.
okay, that's fine. I assume there is no objection to this, and I think the camera must be at the back of the room. I'm looking straight into it now, so that's absolutely fine. Does anybody else, and it is a small number of people at the back there, anybody else intend to film or record the event? I assume not, but just to say I don't have any immediate objection if people did wish to film, but I will address that if it arises. So just readdressing the representations which I've touched upon, I have been provided with a copy of the letters made in response to the planning application and the appeal, so I will take those into account in making my decision regardless of whether people choose to attend the inquiry or not. A case management conference called by Microsoft Teams was held on the 21st of June 2022 with representatives of the appellant and the council. Just to clarify, and obviously myself, just to clarify, this was held to discuss the procedure for the inquiry, and the merits of the appeal were not discussed during the case management conference. In terms of the evidence and the documentation I have before me, so I have received proofs of evidence and summaries from both the appellant and council's witnesses. I have read all of these proofs, so I would expect them to be largely taken as read. I have received copies of rebuttals from both main parties. I have received a statement of common ground and a further statement of common ground dated 1st of September, which clarifies that for the purpose of this appeal, the available 5-year housing land supply of deliverable site is approximately 4 years. I have accepted this later document as it assists in the effective running of the inquiry by narrowing the areas of dispute between the main parties. I have also received a civil compliance statement from the council dated the 9th of September. Finally, at my request, I have received a copy of a document entitled Community Infrastructure Levy and Habitats Mitigation Contributions Joint Statement between Exeter City Council and Woodington Park Limited. The reason why I'm reading these out, as I am, is just to make sure that both main parties have got copies of these documents and have seen them. And I assume that they have, because I think they've been copied into all the correspondence in this banner.
Only thing, sir, is a duplicate of the matter from both parties. We haven't seen any reference to the council.
Mr. Leader, I'm sure, but I have a rebuttal from the landscape witness. I think, let me double check. Could you just elaborate on that, Mr. Leader?
What I did, I thought you instruction that we were not certainly have
I might need to correct myself. If you could just bear with me a second while I just double check. If I need to adjourn to get the answer and clarify the point, I will. But let me just double check. Because I understand your landscape minister is not in today or at the moment.
Well, she is, I bought her coffee.
All right.
She better not go home. But so no, you're quite serious about it. I did give a clear instruction. We were not going to trouble you with rebuttals on landscape. So if you've got one, neither myself nor my instructor solicitor would say and we would like to read it.
Bear with me, Mr. Leader. I will adjourn if necessary, but let me just correct myself if I need to. So I have rebuttals. I do have a planning rebuttal from Waterton Park.
Yes.
Don't need to go into any more detail on that. And then I do have a landscape rebuttal from Pegasus. So I stand corrected and apologies. I misspoke there, and it's my
Also, my core temperature is rising, because I'm rather hoping you'll have that conclusion.
That's fine, thank you. This is what the opening's for, just to make sure we're all on the same page. So thank you for your cooperation on that. In terms of the other documents, I assume everybody has copies and has read the documents in question. Just moving on to the procedure. So I shall follow the procedure in the Town and Country Planning Appeal, Determination by Inspectors, Inquiries Procedure, England, Rules 2000. You will no doubt be familiar with this process, but I shall summarise just as a reminder. So firstly, when I have concluded my opening remarks, I will invite the appellant and the counsel to make a brief opening statement, and this will help everybody, including myself, to understand what the main arguments are in this inquiry. I will then hear from any interested parties who might wish to speak. The following topic areas will then be dealt with through formal presentation of evidence and cross-examination, and this includes landscape and planning balance. Each topic area will be dealt with in turn. I will ask the council to present their evidence first, so that their objections to the scheme can be heard, followed by the appellant. The appellant's advocate will then have the opportunity to cross-examine the council's witness, and the council's advocate may then put some questions in the examination. I will then ask the appellant to present their evidence in the same way, and we will follow this order for both the main topics. I will allow any questions from interested parties on each topic area after formal presentation and cross-examination of evidence, and I may also ask questions of each witness. But just on this point, I will try and leave my questions until the end of presentation of evidence. I don't wish to interrupt the flow of anyone who's speaking. However, if there is something I do not understand, I might have to intervene and ask questions. But if you could just explain acronyms and other technical matters as we go along, it might save any questions towards the end or during presentation of evidence. When all the main issues have been dealt with, we will have a roundtable discussion on conditions and planning obligations. Now, this will include a discussion about the impact on habitat sites. And just to clarify, that's the ex-estuary special protection area, the Pebblebed Heath special area of conservation, Dowlish Warren, and I probably mispronounced that special area of conservation, and the mitigation proposed. And the discussion about planning obligations is standard procedure, as is the discussion about planning conditions. It does not indicate I have made my mind up on the case, and it does not diminish the council's opposition to the proposal or the appellant's case that planning permission should be granted. Returning quickly to the conditions, an agreed list of conditions has been submitted. Now, to aid in the smooth and efficient running of the inquiry, I do hope to be able to review this list before the session takes place, which we will come on to when that might be a bit later on. So if I am able to, I will send comments as necessary on the conditions before that session, and I will send those comments to both main parties. As I say, this will hopefully reduce any time spent discussing planning conditions. Just to clarify on this point, the conditions I have in front of me were sent to me, I didn't get the date, but I assume they're the most up-to-date and agreed list of conditions, and nothing's changed since those conditions were sent. Correct. Mr. Banner.
That's correct.
In terms of costs, I am not inviting an application for costs. If anyone intends to make an application, this should be done here before the inquiry closes. Can I ask at this stage if there are any intentions from either party to submit the cost application? Stop, Mr. Banner.
Subject to what's said in opening, so you can't be discussing something subject to that, no, but subject to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Banner.
No.
Thank you. In addition, I do have the power to initiate an award of costs, even if no applications have been made by the parties. If I was to do this, it would follow a written process with the relevant party at a later date. So I discussed the costs. We will then move on to closing submissions from the council and the appellant. I would ask that these are submitted to me in writing beforehand. Just moving on to some more practical issues. I have visited the site just yesterday actually, so I'm familiar with the general area and the site surroundings. However, I will need to make a formal site visit during the inquiry if time permits, or on an unaccompanied basis after the inquiry has closed, depending on time. Obviously, the reason for the site visit is just for me to see the site and the things that have been discussed and to consider the evidence that's before me. So I don't intend to have a discussion on the site visit. So as far as I'm concerned, the inquiry should close and the site visit be either a company or a rubbish company, but it won't be an opportunity to discuss the merits of the scheme. Are there any comments on the very brief running order I've just explained? And I will come on to the timetable very shortly. Any comments?
Only so you advised that through Ms. Skipper yesterday, comments whether the site should be accompanied or not. On reflection, having been back again yesterday, we think it would be helpful for us to get accompanied if that's not too inconvenient.
No, that's fine. I think we'll pick this up because I'm coming on to the timetable now, so we might be able to just look at the timetable and see when that might be possible. But that's it. Thank you for that point, Mr. Banner. So in terms of the time estimates, before the inquiry I did submit a draft timetable to the main parties, and that was based on timings from both respective advocates, estimated timings. I did update this yesterday based on recent events. I understand Mr. Leader and Mr. Banner had a discussion yesterday about the timings, and as far as I can see, there hasn't been anything submitted to me in writing other than I think both parties have agreed that they hope to be able to present the evidence within 2 days. Mr. Banner, is there any elaboration on that point in terms of the actual detail of the time?
Yes.
I set out if we could get the draft timetable.
Some of the issues that are currently in play include the weight to get to market affordable housing, which is a matter of dispute, and a number of functions seem to be agreed, and also matters beyond coalescence, so attractive setting landscape issues. It's not for me to tell you what the council's position on that is, but we thought some of those issues were likely to be in dispute. It may be that they're not in dispute anymore at the same time. If they are not in dispute, my best guess, I wouldn't like to count this as a limit, but I'm actually hoping I can do cross-examination each witnesses in an hour or a little over an hour. I can't promise that that's where I think I'm at.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. And does that change in any way? Might be something you have to revisit, but the evidence in chief, the time for that. Or
probably yes. I haven't completely thought. This will depend a little bit on how the cross-examination goes, but my overall sense is that you might well get to the end of Mr. Cook's evidence in chief today. The negative cross-examination, but I think we'll get to the evidence in chief today.
Okay, so on my draft timetable, I won't spend too long going through this. But on my draft timetable, that was down to day 2, yeah. So there is a chance you think that evidence in chief of Mr. Cook might be concluded today, which would shunt the agenda up effectively by 1 block, if you like. So we will be left with closings on the Friday. Mr. Lee, did you have any comments on the discussion we just had at the draft timetable?
Well, I think Mr. Banner's going to be pleased with the way things are. We are going to have marriage issues, and I'll explain why. From my own perspective, I would think I need to extend Ms. Prescott's evidence in chief by about 30 minutes. So rather than 60 minutes, 90 minutes. But what I can say is that I will be briefer than Mr. Cook and Mr. Seaton when it comes to cross-examination, because I've got commensurate view of these 2 points.
Okay.
So I think the overall impact of when I present the council's case will be to shorten the amount of time required. All I would add, if I may, is I proceeded on the basis in my own preparations that Mr. Cook will be cross-examined tomorrow. And I would have loved to do that.
That's understandable, Mr. Leader. It looks fairly optimistic anyway to get that far today, if I'm being perfectly honest. I think it's just a case of stuck it and see really and just see how things progress. And if we can finish the main evidence in 2 days, then obviously that would be helpful. And moving on to the closing submissions, which I have mentioned, with if the Friday is just set aside for closing submissions, could you just give me an indication how long would you need, you think, to prepare closings? Bear in mind that at the moment they're scheduled for the afternoon and it would leave a fairly substantial gap in the morning. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Mr. Lee and I had a discussion about this yesterday, and we came up with 2 potential options subject to what works for you, sir. Which was if we were to come back here and deliver them in person, and given that people need to get back home, we thought sort of late morning, it was leave us at 12, I might push from 12:30 we could. But so we do them around then. Or the alternative would be they're done either in writing or on Teams.
Yeah, okay, so
In the afternoon.
before I come on to Mr. Leader, this might help. I would prefer presentation on closings. I'm not precious about that being in person.
Yes.
It can be virtual, that's absolutely fine, but I would prefer presentation of closing submissions. I just don't want them in writing without any explanation. So, Mr. Leader, does that help at all?
It does. It looks like we'll be here around about 12:30 on Friday.
Well, I mean, the alternative, as Mr. Banner suggested, is we go home, for want of a better phrase, and they get presented virtually on Friday afternoon. I think the solution to this is we'll see how things go, and we'll revisit this at the end of today, maybe, and certainly tomorrow, and we'll see where we are. I think that's probably best.
Yeah, and I'm happy with either approach, so we go in person or virtually on Friday afternoon. It has to be Friday afternoon.
Yeah, of course, and that would apply to me as well. It's just about balancing your preparation time and travel time, so you just need to have a think about that as well. As I say, I'm not overly precious about it being in this room, but certainly I'd like to hear them. So we are, yeah.
So that only works if you finish everything else tomorrow. So.
It does, yeah. So we'll revisit this as the days progress.
Thank you.
That's okay. And just on the timetable, I have actually suggested a 9:30 start tomorrow. Does that prejudice anybody? And I'm obviously talking to advocates as well, but wary that if other people are registered to come along, but it sounds as though there isn't an interest in attending the inquiry that we know about.
No, I'm fine with 9:30, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Banner?
I'm fine with that, so
Okay. So I think unless things change drastically, we will start tomorrow at 9:30, and I will make sure that I remind people before we do tonight. Just revisiting again the site visit, and again I won't take too much time on this, but I have had a request in writing from the council to site visit 5 new points as set out in Figure 5 of Mr. Scott's proof, along with travelling on the train between Newcourt and Topsham to see the site. And I think I will need to see it. Well, I will need to see the site myself, and it sounds as though I might need to be accompanied. With that in mind, are there any ideas as to how I should conduct the site visit? And the other point I'd like to make on this, I don't think, and I'll be corrected on this, I don't think I've received anything from Mr. Banner's team in terms of viewpoints or site visit arrangements. If I have, I've not received it from the case officer.
we'll get some opportunities. I mean, in terms of how to do it, I agree. I've done the train yesterday. It would be sensible doing it there and back. I think it would also be sensible to do a circuit of historic Topsham, actually to get a sense of the identity of the core of Topsham by the history as well. And then walk up to the site and walk back to the station. I imagine see the viewpoints. Well, we'll have I'll try and agree an itinerary, but I would probably allow about an hour and a half, maybe to the best. I stopped the pint of the way if they have to do that.
Yeah. If I may put in my two pennies worth, so I think if we're going to go on the train, it might be a start to be accompanied by so that thing, I'm sure. Fun. And having, again, had the pleasure of walking the site for some length yesterday, and then moving past nearly more than an hour and a half. If you get to the balance, I'm sure. The other thing I would wish we had the campus through this Christmas is to go on to the Taylor Wimpey site or the appeal site, and for along the appeal site, southern boundary with Taylor. That's what we haven't done to do. I think that would be useful to see into the strategic out from the southern end of the appeal site.
Okay, I'm not sure. I think I'd probably be insistent that Mr. Banner as to how that could be facilitated, given that
We can get you on the table beside them.
okay.
We
So-
would like you to go see it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to establish it. I think the suggestion Mr. Leader has just canvassed. I have to say, I do think it would be slightly odd for us all to be on the train, unless there's a real reason why that would be necessary. I mean, I can take instructions to where the site is, and obviously I'll have some idea using Google Maps, etc. So
Perhaps we can just take it
take it away. Yeah. Okay.
I found it helpful having, frankly, I found it helpful Mr. Cook with me on the train, doing the journey, seeing the sequence of experience, and him pointing out in neutral terms where you were. I found that helpful myself, so I think you might find it helpful. I appreciate my little bit strange to everybody else on the train, but actually the main thing is whether it helps you or not. My view is it may well be.
Okay, so I'll leave you with a bit of homework then. You need to get together and organise an itinerary, and I know that that's been done in part by Mr. Leader's colleague as well. And I'll revisit this. I mean, when could you get that information to me? Because I'm just trying to work out when to fit this into the schedule, and whether I do that on Friday or maybe it could be done.
Look, I think I'm going to get you today. I'm just thinking about what we might do if you don't know the hesitant about doing the train and how to do we can provide sort of read observations as what you see at various stations of the train.
That would be helpful.
Have sort of guide notes.
Because I think I would probably prefer just to get on the train, probably early in the morning actually, and do that unaccompanied with guidance as agreed. And if you want the rest of the site visit or parts of the site visit accompanied, then I have no objection to that. But I think that maybe splitting the two things that might be more beneficial.
Sure. We'll take that away and we'll get back to Melissa's place.
Okay.
That was the prerogative that necessary. Having walked down this road yesterday, it is quite dangerous. There are lots of heavy lorries, smaller lorries, travelling up and down in addition to the ordinary traffic. Now, we're not making behind these issues of the case. I just think that if you've got a gang of people, I found myself pressing into the hedge quite frequently. I suspect that what we need to do is focus our minds on where you do need to be accompanied, then we do the rest of it.
Yeah, and I'm sure you understand, Mr. Leader and Mr. Banner, it's always preferable for me just to go about my business as at my own leisure. But having said that, as the appellant, if you want to accompany me, then that is something obviously I will adhere to as well. So just bear that in mind, that if you can facilitate an unaccompanied visit as far as possible, then that would be my preferred option. In terms of the way, I won't spend again too long on this, in terms of the way the inquiry will run, it's fairly self-evident from the timetable. It is split into 4 general sessions, and I think we just need to be a bit flexible on timing. I will try and break the lunch at possibly 1 o'clock-ish, depending on how things are going and when the break is appropriate. I will have breaks during the morning and afternoon sessions. I am hoping to finish at 5 o'clock, although I'm happy to finish later if it means that we get things finished. I do know that Mr. Leader, or Mr. Curran, it might have been an email from Mr. Curran concerning tomorrow and room availability. I think that might be an issue. Am I correct? I seem to remember a 4:30 finish on Thursday or similar.
That's correct, sir, but I understand from the university's policy that the event may now council, so I believe we do have room for the event to follow.
Okay.
Sport as in one.
Okay, if you could just clarify that point, because it might affect how we deal with tomorrow, if we can know some stuff. Thank you. In terms of, just moving on now to the plans, so I haven't seen a list of plans upon which the council made their decision on the planning application. I couldn't see them on the decision notice. I didn't see them in the statement of common ground. Again, happy to be corrected on this. Just to help matters, the appellant did confirm in writing on the 5th of July that the only plan that should be considered as part of this appeal is the location plan. And just for ease of reference, that's plan number 109614L01, which brings another issue into the fold, because in effect, the appellant wishes to withdraw the means of access from consideration, even though the planning application form confirms that the outline application was considered along with access. Now, I understand the council has an opposing view on this, as per their email set out on the 20th of July 2022. Now, just to provide some context, which hopefully will help both parties on this matter, I did set out in my CMC notes that it does not appear to me that detailed access drawings were provided or considered as part of the planning application. I also note that even if access is withdrawn as reserved matter, the General Development Procedure Order 2015, I think it's part 3, section 5, paragraph 3, sets out that where access is a reserved matter, the application for outline planning permission must state the area or areas where access points to the development proposal will be situated. So can I just ask Mr. Banner, just to clarify, firstly, the appellant's position on this, and secondly, how does the proposal as it stands satisfy the paragraph for the GDPO as I've just read out in terms of if the access is withdrawn?
So the answer to the first question, so is what happened is so what happened was the application was submitted without detailed access drawings, but the box on the form indicating that that was ticked, indicated access wasn't reserved. The two things obviously is a contradiction. The council proceeded to determine the application on that basis rather than pushing back. In substance, that was a mistake because details of access weren't provided and they weren't asked for. So in substance, it was an outline application in relation to access anyway because it couldn't have any detailed drawings. So that presented us on appeal, remember we raised this in COC, with effectively two options, which are to provide detailed drawing or to clarify that access was to be preserved as well. And at the COC, and common ground that in order to be a workable way around, I suppose, this being a showstopper, and the way round that we suggested was to recognise that details were provided at the outset and therefore clarify that access was to be preserved. So what we've done essentially is to untick the box, collect that slip. So nothing has changed in substance from the position out before the council, which is intended to notification of. In terms of whether sufficient indication has been given of where access, we would say what the amongst them, so Mr. Seaton's 2.1, just so the planning statement. Statement of common ground, paragraph 2.1, CD7, and that is the common ground of the local highway authority, the means of access to the field site proposed to be by the spining road and served adjacent to the site. What I would say is if you or indeed the council thinks that greater specificity of indication is needed, for example, arrow on a plan, or an arrow on a plan, and that's not beyond the wish of mankind to do on the location plan. It obviously means the ENPO requires the indication, doesn't require detailed drawings, so it simply requires indication. So they want to have an indicator that it's available, they will do so.
Okay.
That's our position, and Mr. Seaton wants to add some things.
Okay, Mr. Seaton, would you like to answer?
So I think there's an email response, I haven't got to hand, to Mr. Diamond's email of the 27th of May that can cover these points. The application did clearly describe the point of access being a continuation of the Taylor Route Spine Road as captured in the statement on the ground at the highway authority. I'm afraid I don't have a copy of the submitted DAS to hand, but I think that point was clearly indicated on one of the drawings within the DAS, but it was also clearly described within our application documents. I can track, if it's helpful, I can trace my email response to Mr. Diamond and give further clarification on those matters, which will be worked on this side of this next session. But I think the point is basically in response to the issues made by the council, there is no doubt within the application documents of the point of access. The matter was that there wasn't a detailed means of access drawing, and I don't think anyone was under any confusion that it was going to be accessed via the consideration of the table decided.
So to follow that up, it helps to page 8 to DAS. There's the same family at page of DAS 2. There's the drawing with the big black arrow pointing through the table, and that's annotated.
So the plan I have in front of me now is entitled, and I don't have core document or other reference, but it's plan number 190614 L0201, and it's the Topsham framework plan, which was submitted with the application. And that appears to me to show two arrows. One of them is an access arrow, and Mr. Lever, if you want to reference this plan, I can read it.
Could you say it slowly?
Yeah, certainly. It must be part of the framework. It's called the framework plan. So it's 190614 L for Lima 0201 Alpha. So that's revision A. And my comments on this were that appears to me to show the vehicular access and pedestrian access in terms of an indicative layout. And I'm not sure if that's the same or synced to the plan that Mr. Banner just referred to, or it's the same or a derivative of that plan. Otherwise, my issue is I can't seem to locate core document 7, which I think it hurts. It doesn't appear to be on the list, and whether that's something that's gone awry at the planning inspector end, or there's been some confusion over that document.
In preparing for the inquiries, I've noticed there were one or two documents that when I looked at them, I could not be able to find them at all. When I pressed the button, I had been able to access them. CD30 being another problematic. So we're going to have to sort that out. I just wonder whether perhaps before we do our own, Mr. Banner and I might just do a brief word about this, try to sort it all out. We don't want to cause difficulties. So the point I would observe is that CD1 is the delegated decision made for an officer of the court. Proposal there does identify the need of access to the parking as it now indicates landscaping certain consideration. Then of course we don't say, well, the absence of details of the means of access causes us to want to refuse a planning commission on that basis. So I think it would be unreasonable of me to take that point as an impediment to allow them to find the money to do so. To do these things, where is access going? We can agree that before we start, probably.
That will be helpful. So if you mind, we can either adjourn now. My question will be for me to carry on and finish the opening, and then have an adjournment.
Yeah.
Sort this issue out as best as you can, come back and report to me, and then if it's resolved, you can move on and you can do your opening. Okay. So okay, so we'll come back to this shortly. And also, Mr. Leader, if you can, when we come back, can you just clarify the council's position? Are you objecting to the access being, for want of a better word, withdrawn and being a reserved matter, or is it the point? Is it more a confusion about where is the point of access?
I mean, sir, I will take instruction on that. I was not to try and found my but it would seem that our email of the 20th of July position did rather make the point that we wanted access to the but I'm anxious that we don't throw obstacles in the way of the official language required. So that's my instructions are that further that makes that tradition. I'll just have to take instructions.
Okay, no, I'll leave that there because obviously there's a little bit more correspondence between each of the respective parties to take place. So we'll come back to this. We'll adjourn at the end of my opening and we'll revisit this on when I reconvene. My other question on the plans was just clarifying the status of the other plans. I mentioned the plan that the appellant is asking me to consider, which I won't read the reference out again, but in effect it's a red line boundary plan. What is the status of the other plans? Are they illustrative, indicative?
Yes, they are. They're evidence, if you like, of what is capable of coming forward at the stage. But they aren't plans which we seek to be sufficiently tied in that.
Mr. Leader, any comments?
No.
Again, not wishing to spend too long on this, but there's also a plan in the, I received a flood risk assessment which is dated the 21st of July 2021. This contains a plan which is called FRA 3C, Illustrative Water Strategy, and I had a question about the status of this plan. I assume it's illustrative.
I'm just checking, so because one of the conditions.
Yes, and that's my
ties in, so
about,
that
yes.
may be slightly different because it's an illustrative plan, but I imagine the condition saying you have to report to the FRA, so it does set a degree of constraint that plan.
I think it's probably something I can revisit during the conditions session.
Condition 10, so it may be slightly different to the other plans.
I probably will revisit that at the
Yes.
conditions session just to make sure that it's compatible with the flexibility afforded to an outline consent.
Yes.
That obviously it's going to tie something down, which is then going to be contradicted by a subsequent layout plan. So I'll revisit that at the conditions session. Apart from that, all the documents and evidence should have already been provided. Is there anything else I need to be aware of? There was actually, and I have seen the email, there was 3 plans were submitted yesterday, or I think a decision notice, and maybe 1 or 2 plans in relation to, I'll call it the Taylor River scheme, the site adjacent. So I have received those plans and I will accept them as far as they just give some context to the surroundings. So I have.
Well, it may be I was certainly certain if I was, I didn't see it. So no problem at all. Perhaps I could just leave it.
It was at my request actually. So when I set out the draft timetable yesterday, I said to try and improve the efficient running of the inquiry, I was going to ask for the plans today, and I did ask for them by email, and they were sent, and I assume it was actually by Mr. Banner.
As Mr. Seaton, you did copy receive, but just quite a lot of email chatter yesterday, so I've resent. So one more thing just when you wrote is actually an amalgamation of 2 plans. I explained that in the evidence, one in the core documents, one in the cooks, there were 2 what I call constraint plans on what that looked like that. One of which showed the area of CP16 land in the another shows the area of other constraints such as flood risk, ground size, etc. It seems to me it may be helpful to overlay the 2 on top of each other to get a sense of how much land in Exeter is constrained. That exercise is not as easy as I thought it would be to do that accurately. We're in the process of trying to do that. It may not be possible actually, but we're trying to just to give you a ready record of constrained land in Exeter to make it to balance. It should, if it can be done, it will be done today and ready first thing tomorrow. If it and say it may be impossible to achieve.
Okay,
It's just a backup that's off you, it's just to really help you with the one page of the expense.
that's fine. Could you just make sure that's shared with the council? Because I want, if I'm going to accept the plan, I'll need to take a view on that. Obviously,
Yeah.
I'll be asking the council if they're happy anyways.
Yes.
Yeah, well, we may have a bit of an issue about agreeing the extent to which our area is constrained, but we could try and work out.
Well, it's literally just mapping. There's two plans. One shows it's landscape designation, and one shows things like conservation area, Ramsar, flood risk, and the idea is to overlay the two on top of each other.
Okay, well, I'll leave this here, but obviously I'll take a view on it when you've got the plan and after you've spoken to the council, and I'll take everything into account and decide whether I can accept the plan or not at that stage. At this stage, I'm not accepting any discussion.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, no, that's fine, Mr. Banner.
Says I haven't told you.
No, it's fine, thank you.
In that case, before you move on, I can try mine.
Of course, Mr. Leader.
So what I thought would be helpful to me would be to have a plan prepared which illustrates the extent to which the Topsham gap has been subject to various planning applications and approvals, so we can kind of get a feel, as far as Exeter Council is concerned, how much the gap has been filled by other developments, how much relates to unclear developments. And so I had a plan produced like that. And what I'd like to do is suggest two things. First of all, I'll show it to Mr. Banner and see if he makes it. And second, if he's happy with it, it help, because he will be, it comes to you, helps that. I just indicate that's being done.
My hesitation here, Mr. Leader, is to what extent is this going to be something that's tested, or is this going to be presented as part of the evidence, or is this just an informative plan based on things that are already out there that you've amalgamated?
It should be a record of fact.
Okay.
So if it's a record of fact and it's thought to be helpful, then I'd like it to go into your consideration. But if Mr. Banner's got any issues with the work coming in, so it's not agreed, we're getting an argument about it. Sure that you weren't troubled by it.
Okay, so Mr. Banner, just to make it clear, when I adjourn, yourself and Mr. Leader, you've probably got a busy 15 minutes, but if you can discuss this plan as well, and we'll come back and discuss whether I can accept that plan.
The principle of the idea seems sensible. We may want to just check that it shows everything it ought to show.
Okay,
I'm glad that's.
that's fine, okay, so we will deal with that in the adjournment when we come back. Sorry, I'm just reading out something that I think I've already said, so bear with me a second, I don't want to repeat information unnecessarily. Yes, well, I've discussed the CMC, the Case Management Conference, and I have received a further statement of common ground. The agreed position, as I see it, is that the council can demonstrate an approximate 4-year housing land supply of deliverable sites. And I was looking around the room, there are no shaking heads, so I think that position is as it was. That's fine. A unilateral undertaking was also submitted by the appellant, and that was accompanied at a later time by a separate document by the council, a civil compliance statement. I think, in short, the council do not object to the submitted unilateral undertaking, and that's confirmed by the civil compliance statement. I will consider this in more detail later on. But this brings me on to another point. So, in addition, as already mentioned, I did write to the council and the appellant seeking clarification on the deliverability of mitigation proposed in relation to, and I'll use the term habitat site, but you can equally use the term European sites. And this is due to the requirement, as the planning inspector's requirement or the decision maker's requirement under the habitat regulations to, in certain circumstances, become what's classed as the competent authority. And the statement of common ground concludes that the scheme would have the potential to have an adverse effect on the integrity of habitat sites. However, the impacts of the development could, according to both main parties, be mitigated through the receipts from the community infrastructure levy to contribute towards the implementation of measures contained in the South East Devon European Site Mitigation Strategy. These mitigations are designed to avoid and mitigate the adverse impacts of increased visitor pressure brought about through population growth. I have reviewed the document that Mr. Leader and Mr. Banner sent just the other day, I think it was on Friday, which set out the role of SIL in providing this mitigation. And we will have a roundtable discussion on this later on. However, I'd just like to make a point on this because it might affect how we approach that session. So, as I say, this is setting out my current position. And as far as I can see, SIL is charged on the basis of most residential development, new residential development. But this does exclude a number of, this includes a number of caveats. So it excludes a number of different circumstances. One of them being affordable housing. Now, the South East Devon European Site Mitigation Strategy does not appear to factor in or consider affordable housing as an exemption. In other words, the mitigation, as far as I can see, is costed per dwelling. And my concern at this stage is that the affordable housing or the households that would become affordable housing might or would, according to SIL, be excluded from that tariff, as far as I can see. Now, this leaves me as a decision maker in terms of the competent authority in having to determine whether there would be potentially an adverse effect on the integrity of the habitat sites under those circumstances. So, Mr. Banner, do you understand my position here?
I understand the position. Yes, I think about it.
So, I'm just to give you a heads up. I don't want to go into the obligation session and this be something that I've just sprung on both parties. So, if you could give it some thought, you might be able to tell me that it's dealt with through SIL or through a mechanism I'm not aware of, or it's in the costings already, for example.
Yes.
But I cannot see that in my reading so far. Ordinarily, as an aside, ordinarily, and this is fairly exceptional in my experience, ordinarily it's a unilateral undertaking or a legal agreement to deliver this type of mitigation. But that's an aside, really. You just need to consider the position.
Yes.
Does that understand? Do you understand that, Mr. Leader?
Yes.
Are there any additional remarks on that, or are you happy to go away and?
No, I understand the issues are, does the per dwelling, I think I'm going to use the tariff, but not the per dwelling figure factor in the affordable housing wouldn't be to have a sort of a premium, if you like, to cross subsidise the affordable housing. That would be one answer. Two, would the affordable housing actually be exempt or not, depending on the sort of exemption? And if not, what to do about it?
Yes.
That's sort of the mind map of the few points. Thanks for the heads up. We'll think about it and get back to you.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So with this in mind and all that I've just said, I think the main issues are likely to be, in this case, the effect of the proposed development on the character and appearance of the area, having regard to the strategic gap between Topsham and Exeter. And the second main issue being the effect of the proposed development on the integrity of designated European sites. And I won't repeat the habitat sites in detail because I've done that once, including any mitigation proposed. There are a number of other matters that have been raised by interested parties. A couple of the questions I was going to ask personally have been answered through the submission of the plans, which I think is going to be reviewed during the adjournment by Mr. Leader anyway. So, Mr. Leader, just to make it clear, the email that Mr. Banner sent to me included plans showing the Taylor Wimpey scheme and the decision notice. It would be helpful if you could say yay or nay that you've seen those documents and are happy with them. Because I understood you've not seen the documents.
I've had them emailed to me, so I would have done very short.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
So in terms of the main issues, would you mind reading again?
Yeah, of course, yes. The main issues flow from the CMC, main issues really, but there are two, as far as I can see. The effect of the proposed development on the character and appearance of the area, having regard to the strategic gap between Topsham and Exeter, and that does include coalescence, because I know that's one of the planks of the council's contention. The second main issue, and I will read it out verbatim, just so it's clear. The effect, sorry Mr. Lever, I know you're still writing down. Okay, that's fine. The effect of the proposed development on the integrity of designated European sites, in open brackets, X, Estuary, SBA, Pebblebed East, SAC, and I will pronounce this again probably wrong, Dowlish Warren, SAC, close brackets, including any mitigation proposed. Mr. Lever, any comments?
Well, my only comment is this, something that we'll revisit in that I've absolutely no difficulty with the way in which you express the first key issue, but I wonder whether it might actually be a bit more focused on the question of whether the development would materially erode the strategic gap between Exeter and Topsham, so as to adversely affect the separate identity of Topsham. Because that is really where we're coming from. We're saying there's going to be coalescence, and that coalescence will cause the separate identity of Topsham to be seriously harmed, prejudiced, very harmed. And it's captured that point by the way in which you express the first issue. I shall try and make our presentation rather more focused.
Okay, Mr. Lever, I've no objection to. I prefer to leave the main issue as it is, although I think it's a catch-all main issue. And albeit I understand your position, it's probably more focused than the inference given by the main issue I've spread out. Mr. Banner.
I'm inclined to your main. I understand that within your main issue, the council's case is as Mr. Lever's framed it, but I'd suggest that your main issue is the appropriate way of character the decision.
Okay, any objections?
No, that's
Thank you. And just before we break, I've been going an hour now, so I think we're all due maybe a cup of tea or a refreshment. There are a couple of questions that they are points of clarity, and if you need to come back to me, that's absolutely fine. And you might just be able to point in the direction of the documents. Could, probably for Mr. Banner and his witnesses, the link road in relation to Taylor Wimpey, and again I keep using the phrase Taylor Wimpey, but it's fairly clear the scheme I'm talking about. How is this to be secured? And running alongside that, sorry, no, the second point has been dealt with, the access drawings would provide those. And my second point is, what is the TRO, the traffic regulation order, in relation to Old Ryden Lane? Because this provides some context in terms of, given that the site's going to be accessed through Taylor Wimpey, I know that there are things that are being done in terms of the access onto the public highway from the Taylor Wimpey scheme. I just want to be absolutely clear what's been secured, what those measures are, because I've read the plans and I'm just a bit unsure.
So you'd like to see the TRO?
I'd like to, if you could point me in the direction or explain what exactly has been secured as part of the Taylor Wimpey scheme in terms of the access.
Yes, in terms of sort of legal right to connect effectively.
Yes.
Yes, no, we will do. I won't do that on the hoop right now. I know what the answer is, but you might do something right for a short notice on the hoop.
Okay, and if you want to agree with Mr. Lever, any comments on that?
no, that sounds helpful.
Yes. So I understand what's been approved by the Taylor Wimpey scheme effectively. And the other point which is related to that, and I think we should probably cover this in the same note, what measures have been secured as part of that scheme to allow pedestrian and cycle accessibility to Topsham? And I think it's related. And my second question, and you might not know the answer to this, it's a question I often ask actually at hearings, and you might be able to give me a straight answer. If not, don't worry, you can come back to me. What is the agricultural land classification of the site?
I'll ask a friend and get back to you.
The council happen to know the answer.
Not on the top of our heads, so no.
No, that's fine. And if you don't know the answer in the end, that's not a problem. But if you do, then let me know. And my final point relates to planning obligations and the National Health Service, Royal Devon and Exeter request for a contribution of circa £127,000. It isn't included in the unilateral undertaking, nor does the council appear to consider it necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms. Is that each of the respective parties' position on this?
Is that what I should say?
Sorry, it was your position. It's just to make it clear it's a valid.
I thought we certainly oppose it. I thought the section where it's framed to give you the option of agreeing if you were to have the reg 122 double check that.
Could you double check that?
Exactly.
We'll revisit this at the planning obligations session. It's a heads up.
So
when we
tend to like have obvious reasons having giving respect to the choice while stating all the.
Okay, I will personally. I will revisit the 106. Sorry, the 106 unilateral undertaking as well before the session. The heads up really. Just
Yes.
we'll need to
We will. We look at it and be opposed to the reasons set out. There may be one tweak, what is it, one potential way of dealing with the transition. Have something like this, so if you think it's necessary, you want to take not to apply for social housing, that would be one way of dealing with it. So just have that heads up that maybe further tweaks like that, that's quite subject.
Okay, I'll leave that with you, Mr. Van Rinton and your team. That does conclude my opening. Sorry, it's gone on a bit longer than I anticipated actually, but I think we've covered quite a few issues there. Are there any comments on anything that I've said, the proposal in terms of the procedure that's going to happen over the next few days? Any other comments? No. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, it is, that's what's wrong, so we're going to go 7 minutes past 11, 25 past, is that okay?
Sorry, yes,
so we'll come back at 25 past 11 and we will have hopefully some answers to the conundrum and questions that I've been putting to both parties, and then hopefully we just get the open first after as well. So yeah, we'll reconvene at 25 past 11. Thanks to you.
Charles, do you want 5 minutes?
Can I just, just make sure everyone's doing the benefits.
Shall we go to our room?
Very good to see you.
Not sure whether to call you sir or
no, off duty today. It's quite nice to be sitting at the back. Oh, right.
Cheers.
Husband's holiday. Yes.
Yes.
Right, come on. Not that we'll be able to get in. Right, ask you a question.
Thank you.
On the trip to see it next week. We're going down to Plymouth to watch it as a musical. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to do. It's an interesting musical. I read half of it. This haven't got. I'm just reading it again.
It has a nice ending, but I wouldn't want to see the start.
No. Do you see this musical? It's drama kids going with this.
It's basically aesthetic, scene, and the play that someone's going to have to do.
What are you going to do now? Is it like a big field and work?
It's so because one of the topics of physical is the hot deserts, so we're supposed to go like look at landforms and stuff, but it's not like it's not field work because not everyone's going, so they can't make it like, yeah.
So it's like an optional trip, just like that.
Okay.
More,
He means for the new residents along the government.
That. I'll prepare a note on that basis. But they pose that at the bottom.
Yes. Yeah.
Is it already?
No, it's this section. No, it's not already. Well, it's not finished.
No.
So they're waiting for it to finish. So they'll have a 12-month maintenance period, and then they'll adopt it. But in the meantime, are there rights of access unencumbered for future residents and travel on?
Well, for this site to be served like that, that's right, take this.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll probably need something from Andrew or Jerry to step out what that is.
Yeah.
It's very quiet.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just sat.
Yeah, no.
Swing one way than the other.
I've heard that about.
Yeah. I was waiting for that.
I'm not going to try and sit down and touch either. He's on the way in.
Yeah.
Because it's unbelievable.
So we'll just wait a few more minutes because obviously Mr. Banner and some of you are not present.
Current application. To the habitat next to it. We'll just need to check this.
Hi David, Andrew. I may have to hang up on a bit because I'm just car is just paused. Yeah. Right.
Thanks, Charles.
Sorry, sorry about that. I'll just give people a minute to sit down. And then
Yeah, I think might be the answer is they want the council to say it's a priority. It's an interesting question, though, isn't it? Yeah. All right, just wait.
so are you in?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we will now, it's just 29 minutes past 11, so we will reconvene now. I know that people are still arriving, but I think most people are here. So I'm not sure whether Mr. Lee or Mr. Banner wants to lead on.
I mind if I technicians, despite policy access, highways node, the plan, habitats and the extra. To go through those, access, the position, our position remains as per described earlier. The DAX on page 8 has a, that's the very final call. It's called document 48. On the hard copy, it's page 8. Which almost certainly is some of it's a different page. And you'll see there, hopefully, so it's a plan which shows the table of these schemes and the field site. There's a big black arrow at the bottom, and that represents the proposed point of access. So that we combined with the statement of common ground, the county, which describes the access proposals furthermore, we say is a sufficient indication for purposes of the FPO requirements. So we're happy to put it in some other document or add there, but things need to go elsewhere. So that is the actual arrangement. Remains an outline. We don't understand the council to oppose that because they've got everything that they had before and they didn't offer any more previously. We understand that's common ground. In terms of how it will work on either physical and legal arrangements, how regard to TRO, municipal board get produced and just to answer those questions as concise and form as possible.
Thank you.
So plan, so we haven't finished plan is some things in the current version, some things that aren't in, it should. So Mr. Seeker's draft can discuss that probably over lunch, I imagine. As soon as we agree it will be provided to you, but we're happy with the principle of it, so I'm sure we'll take it to agreement. I think NHS, there is the option either way in the current version of the section 106. Proposed that we will give them if you disagree. The state will appeal to her on that. And on habitats, the current thinking is as follows, that we've asked the council for clarification, which we'll wait to see if it's possible to get as to whether or not the calculation of how much still market housing should pay provides an allowance for the fact that affordable housing is in principle of still, otherwise the hot subsidy. If there is, then that deals with irrespective, if it doesn't deal with the point, the next line is what we would say is, well, actually, if one looks at the cascade for affordable housing, the people who occupy the affordable housing in the area anyway, so they're causing the disturbance anyway on the habitat questions, no additional disturbance. So we're not convinced that action would be an additional impact on the habitat question. if you're not with us on that, what we will do anyway, again, we'll give you the option in the usual way, 122 clause in the 106, is we'll update the 106 to allow, if you think it's necessary, we'll suggest it isn't necessary, but if you think it's necessary, then there will be an undertaking not to apply for social housing, if you have to apply for it, not to apply for it, unless we have agreed a figure to provide by way of a financial contribution to deal with the impact from the affordable homes as agreed at the council, determined by an expert. The reason we have the unless, because otherwise potentially affordable homes are paying still not just for the habitat issue and all the other stuff which they are properly exempt from. So the two ways that mitigation can be provided. And I think that's a legally watertight way. So we'll try and persuade you on the facts that that obligation isn't necessary, but we'll give you the ability to impose the obligation if you don't persuade you. I hope that is.
It says, thank you, Mr. Banner. Was that the, I think it was 6.
By 5 point, that I think it's the 5 point. The only thing I'd say is it's possible that all of that may run to 106, might be a few days after it's executed, but we'll get the solicitor work for the additional part.
Okay, I do have one comment on the habitat, but I'll come back to that. Mr. Lee, do you want to come in on the same 5 general points?
Sure. So access. This appeal may be determined, we say, on the basis that access ought to be treated as is access. We are content that that's page 40 provides a basis on which you are to identify the way which access is contributed.
Just does not quite me, so I think it's page 8. I'm not sure whether it's 48.
That's CD
48. My apologies. Thank you.
Secondly, sir, as with physical and legal arrangements, well, we should also receive note. Third point, plan, noted, and we will be trying to create. NHS, noted, and bear that. And finally, as far as habitat is concerned, the current indicator has been ran short of time before we came back. He has got some constructive suggestions to make that may make the resolution of that issue more straightforward. So we'll tell you about it actually. I don't think you're going to be in trouble like habitat.
Okay, that's really helpful. My point on habitat was going to be I will need some convincing regarding the fact that affordable housing units themselves result in any pressure. If you understand where I'm going with this, I really would take some convincing.
Yes.
I'm going to say that at this stage. Although it seems there are other avenues to explore anyway. Just Mr. Thorne, is there a time scale? Did you say the end of the day for the additional information?
That's what I've asked.
Yes, okay.
So
We
I'll have to see it first.
report back tomorrow, that's fine.
Thank you.
I'll ask it at the end of today, but certainly by tomorrow, that will help. So thank you. I think that concludes all the outstanding matters from the opening. The only offshoot of issue number 1 is, to my mind, the development description is now incorrect. The reason being that it does read means of access to be determined with scale, layout, and appearance reserved. I think, well,
Let me invite you to correct.
it's simply.
I agree. So the sequence, the first page of the sequence proof is actually taking the liberty of changing the description in exactly the way you have in mind.
Thank you. I'll bear that in mind. So the next issue now is for the openings to be presented. Are they available electronically or at hard copies?
I can
Hard copies are fine.
send you an electronic version as well via pencil. Hard copy.
Yeah, if you could send them electronically as well, but in the interim, obviously, the hard copy is perfectly fine.
you. Thank you very much.
One more. Are there enough copies?
So,
At your leisure, Mr. Barnett.
thank you. Exeter is a place where the national housing crisis is being experienced particularly acutely locally. The core strategy adopted in 2012 adopts a housing requirement figure which didn't meet the then identified requirement, which was very actually of 15,000 dwellings, but instead adopted a constrained requirement figure of at least 12,000 dwellings over the plan period. The local plan inspector's report was clear that the words at least were significant and committed an ambition to exceed that figure. Even judged against this constrained requirement and later against the still lower standard method figure, the council's constantly struggled to come even close to a 5-year housing supply for most of the last 12 years. At the time when the applicant's application was determined, the council claimed to have a 5-year supply, and that was described at the time as a notable shift. But it now accepts the true figure as a continued shortfall of around 4 years housing supply. A further and separate consideration, separate from 5-year supply that is, it is that the requirement for at least 12,000 homes over the plan period, which is still part of the development plan, appears certain to be undershot by a considerable margin by the end of that period. And the position in relation to affordable housing is even more dire. This will be explored evidence across examinations on development now, but suffice to say that the council hasn't come close to delivering the heavily constrained affordable housing objectives of the core strategy. The current shortfall being only truly massive and may have picked up some recent Bruce Coast decision, 6 affordable homes in the last measure 6. Despite all this, the approach the council in this appeal so far, we'll see if that changes in opening, but so far has been to give the scheme's provision of 65 market homes and 35 affordable homes only moderate weight, as set out in the State of Common Ground. That has been, until now, a wholly untenable position, to which, against the context I've outlined above, frankly, no respectable planning professional could possibly subscribe. It has so far at least completely undermined the credibility of the council's analysis and the evidence given on its behalf in the inquiry. Now, it may be that the council reconsiders its position in this regard, and it will be to its credit if it does decide to concede that as an inspector held in the Spruce Coast appeal, substantial weight should be given to the scheme's affordable housing delivery and significant weight to market housing delivery. Given that the officer's report suggested that even at the time of the claimed 5-year supply, and thus time of no sort of balance, the decision to refuse permission was non-balanced. Such a concession ought probably to compel a reasonable authority seriously and conscientiously to reconsider its overall core stance in this appeal. But in any event, the 5-year supply shortfall means both, firstly, the most important development plan policy, MIPs for short, to determine the appeal, are irrefutably deemed to be out of date. That follows the framework, and that inevitably reduces the weight that can be accorded to them. And secondly, the tilted balance applies. In other words, even if the appeal scheme isn't important to the development plan, permission should be granted unless the adverse impacts of doing so significantly multiply outweigh the considerable benefits. That, of course, is subject to habitats override. In fact, the proper analysis is that the scheme is in accordance with the development plan as a whole. There are only 2 development plan policies cited in the main reason for refusal, and of these, the council accepts that Stage Policy LS1 is out of date and inconsistent with the framework, as multiple decisions have found, one appeal decision of which was endorsed by the High Court. For multiple reasons, Policy LS1 can't sustain the conclusion that the appeal scheme is not in accordance with the development plan as a whole, still less than is a state and refuse the planning permission. So everything turns on policy CP16 of the later core strategy. And we say the proper interpretation and application of this, as will be explored in evidence of closing submission, the proper interpretation of it is that it is a more permissive and less rigid policy than the council appears to appreciate. In relation to the Topsham gap, the objectives of policy CP16 are set out at paragraph 10.38 of the supporting text. I will explore these in evidence. The appeal scheme won't conflict with those objectives. And the proper conclusion, therefore, is that there is actually compliance with policy CP16 and or accordance with the development plan as a whole. But if you were to disagree, any conflict with CP16 is limited in nature. And for that reason, as well as the fact that CP16 as one of the MIPs is deemed to be out of date, such a conflict wouldn't significantly demonstrably outweigh the considerable benefit of the appeal scheme, particularly when, as Inspector Michael Hetherington recognised in relation to the appeal concerning what's now the Taylor Wimpey development, involving the same appellant and largely the same G representing it, that he's observed the extent of housing need in Exeter, together with the extent of planning and other constraints, means first that compromise will have to be made to fill the needs. Secondly, that land identified in the Exeter Fringe study as medium sensitivity, as is Stone 21, in which that site and the appeal site fall, will have to come forward to meet identified needs. And thirdly, as a result, there will have to be a tolerance of some harm to cows and hills to meet needs. There are other environmental and economic benefits associated with the appeal scheme which the council underplayed, which lend further weight to the case of market permission. Overall, we suggest that whichever way one looks at this case, the proper planning balance unquestionably comes down in favour of the conclusion that the appeal scheme is in the public interest and should be allowed to proceed. For those reasons, I will of course elaborate in the next few days. The appellant in due course allow you to invite you to allow the appeal. That's your question, so is there.
No, thank you, Mr. Ballett, and Tony, can you still allow that you're on time?
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Try not to trip over a while. Thanks. So I'm going to open in just a little bit more detail than Mr. Ballett, but I'm not going to take it on. An important goal of the Exeter core strategy is to create a stable framework for new developments. One of the ways it does this is by managing the city's strategic green infrastructure network to protect and enhance local identity. And to that end, policy CP16 identifies 4 extensive tracts of land that possess a particular character and local distinctiveness. These areas of green infrastructure operate at a citywide and landscape scale. Protection that is afforded to them by policy CP16 is intended to maintain a sense of place of each area and of the city and its surroundings as a whole. One of those tracts is land that forms a strategic gap between Topsham and Exeter. Over the last 20 years or so, its importance to place has been recognised by a succession of strategic planning policy documents. I then set out an extract from the Exeter local plan first review. I shan't read it because we're revisiting it as it could be in due course. But the theme that is there set out was developed by the Exeter Fringe Landscape Sensitivity and Capacity Study, which concluded the area which includes the appeal site acts as the eastern setting of Topsham, separating it from the M5 edge to form the rural buffer between Topsham and the M5 and links into the wider landscape to the north of Zone 22, which lies to the west actually. On that basis, the land is judged to have limited capacity to accommodate new housing. Now the Exeter Fringe study fed into the draft Exeter core strategy policy CP16 and the examination of the plan identified the Topsham gap as a contentious named area. The examiner's report recalls the land is not associated with high landscape value and sensitivity, but acts as a green wedge, maintaining the identity and integrity of Exeter and Topsham. The concept of the area of separation was recognised to have local support, and the issue that was then taken of the examination was the extent of the gap, which was seen to have some potential to accommodate housing. Consequently, it was identified with the diagram as a broad rather than an area with precise bounds. Consequently, the boundaries of the gap will be crystallised through the development management process. So the need for housing is balanced with considerations like identity of place to achieve a framework for sustainable development. So against that background, the adopted plan recognises the gap is particularly important in that it will open rate between two settlements as preventing enchavescence, whilst also protecting Topsham's attractive setting. And on that note, a key point that should be kept clearly in sight throughout this inquiry is that the contribution this land makes to Topsham's setting does not derive from the value of the landscape per se. The plan recognises this area has a low intrinsic landscape value. Instead, the value of the land is the setting of Topsham as intended sensitivity, derived from its open character, which frames the northern and eastern flanks of the village and critically separates it visually and physically from Exeter. Now, to date, the operational policy sequence has been preventing the actual and perceived merging of Topsham and Exeter, New Court Road to Topsham. However, the success of that goal is in some jeopardy. In recent years, a ton of development has been consolidated along the length of Topsham Road, which ran in their Exeter, between County Square and Topsham. At the same time, land on both sides of New Court Road has also been under pressure for housing and other kinds of urban development. In 2019, that pressure culminated with new housing leaping along the railway to the east of New Court Road, following the grant of planning permission on appeal to take codes. So the picture is one of the inexorable influence of the framework of open land between Topsham and Exeter, with developers' focus now shifting to land that lies to the north and east of Topsham, land lying between the two settlements, south and west of the railway, having been largely rebuilt. Now, the appeal proposals seem to extend the reach of the Green Gap to the east of the railway, northwards towards the M5 and Exeter. The council's evidence for this inquiry will show that this is a step too far. At some point, the attrition of the strategic gap has got to stop. The framework for development seems to have been built up. That was been reached. As Prescott will show that the appeal succeeds, Topsham and Exeter will be perceived to coalesce. The physical gap that remains between them and northeast of Topsham will be diminished to such an extent that its function, the separate and distinct identity of Topsham will be lost. So, what are the mechanisms by which coalescence will be perceived to occur? In essence, the council's case is as follows. First, the object of the gap is to maintain the actual perceived separation of Topsham from the M5 and Exeter. I should perhaps just underline the point. It is to separate Topsham from the M5, as it is from Exeter. Second, if the appeal site is developed, it will bring Topsham much closer to Exeter. A 440 metre gap becomes a 110 metre gap. Thirdly, the narrowing of the gap occurs immediately in the vicinity of the first open land seen after the M5, which respect to all is and will be very important in maintaining the separate character of Exeter and Topsham. Fourth, in particular, unlike the Taylor-Windley development, the appeal proposal will not be framed by existing developments on three sides. Show you it will slip out like a sort of into the strategic gap of open countryside on three sides. Fifth, the fact that the surface of the appeal site is obscured by vegetation and topography is neither here nor there. As Prescott will show that once the count is taken the back of houses standing 9 meters tall to the ridge, they will be seen in the surrounding landscape. Sixth, there is the fact that there is open countryside on three sides means that compared to Taylor-Windley, this site is not to be regarded as urban free in the sense of being particularly grade above Preston urban addresses. The northern boundary of Taylor Woodley is a clean sharp break, the edge of which is difficult to see from local highway networks, so fringe effect is limited. 7. The sense of coalescence will be intensified by the channeling of route by car, bicycle, and on foot through Taylor Woodley and the appeal sites. The journey between Exeter and Topsham Barracks Road will become essentially a suburban journey. There will be locations of interest between houses on the appeal site and Exeter that create a sense of coalescence, even though a narrow gap will be made. 8. The extension of the area arising from the development of the site should also be viewed against the increasing urbanisation of the gap generally, the city of the site. 9. The result is that the undeveloped land is left as now responsible to the gap is increasing the sense of coalescence of its capacity for housing development is significantly constrained whatever might be said about the flexibility of the capacity of the FSA 21 and the strategic gap to accommodate some housing development. So, the appellant through Mr. Cook, the letter of statements of Caesar, assert the council to take what might be termed pure landscape of the appeal site. That is caused Mr. Cook to invest some energy after section 6 and 8 of his evidence, which in essence proves what the council conceived of those policy documents. And Mr. Christoph's contribution to the office report, that is, the landscape has resources, its low king pastoral land, low intrinsic value. The result is that it's developed by the sea. The mischief caused landscape condition amenity is not high. As we avoid down with the hope there will be no need to repetition during the course of this development. The detrimental impact of rural area and the landscapes of the city is a result solely of the urbanisation of the strategic gap. What matters plainly in terms of paragraph 10 of the course value, the council's case about essence, not landscape value, or any sensitivity rights from landscape value. Well, there is no pre-established landscape point, and so I hope that lays that situation to rest and no satisfaction. Turning then to the planning patterns, the first matter to observe is that the scheme undoubtedly conflicts with the most important policies of the development plan for the person who takes this appeal. That is, policy letter circulated calculation from the CP 16 strategy. The conflict is undoubted because the appeal site sits in a strategic gap. It proposes the development. That development will erode the gap, its character, and its uniqueness as a rural area ranging to the south of the city. Thus, it can hardly be said to protect the gap. This conclusion is a whole report of the decision of Kensington, respect to the 10 Wimpy site. I refer you there to footnote 4 CD 14, paragraphs 12 to 26, but I shall be taking Mr. C to see paragraph 15 in particular, and if he wants to argue for it, well, I would say that, frankly, is a hopeless form to try and proceed. Approaching matters sensibly, the question is not whether there is conflict about the plan, but whether there are other material situations which indicate planning permission or measures to grant. Now, I just want to have dates, compare the policy national planning policy framework, whereas CP60 is up to that extent. However, the parties agree the council is only able to demonstrate around that policy by national council. That engagement in balance around the framework, the council recognises that is an important consideration. The critical issue for the inquiry is as whether the hardening caused the gap resulting in the scheme's conflict development plan would significantly demonstrate those benefits when assessed against the policy framework taken as a whole. Now, that kind of judgment would tell the question of the extent to which the scheme would damage the maintenance of strategic gap and those identity viewed in the light of the extent of this can massify short-form direction travel, prospects of improvement, and the benefits of that council offered are the opponent. The council will show that the raw material considerations are weighed in the balance against the vitally important strategic goals of CP16. The case of the planning commission is compelling. if I might add a few points there, so we got to this presidency from the board this year. It indicates that we do not have the ability to demonstrate 5 years time. Viewed in the context of the written 4 years, the council formally accepts that there is no principle based on which it is now possible to argue that the weight given to market housing should be less significant, or that the weight given to affordable housing should be regarded as less substantial. But that is what colleagues recently decided that it would be difficult to take a different view. Be that as it may, because of the impact on the industry, that this is a scheme to are so the completion of the inquiry will be invited to succeed. And those are my own solutions.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Mr. Banner, you have your light on.
Sorry, could I have a minute to speak to Mr. I don't just review what we discussed yesterday, but just so I can clarify whether the opening affects the discussions we had.
I mean, by all means, if you want to stay out of the session.
Well, I'm going to get a glass of water anyway, so let's have a couple of minutes, 3 or 4 minute adjournment, and I'll liaise and see if everyone's ready to reconvene.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I'll come back in 5 minutes.
Where are you? No, less.
10:38.
I'm not worried about this.
There was a traffic set. Will be a job for 10:38. Traffic set. Fancy that is actually a third. I just didn't get it.
So what I'm going to say is that whilst we are not arguing that matter, we are not arguing that it is part of
the word we would perfectly agree.
Right. I'm sure we agree with all the words. What I agree with is that it's not part of the chapter.
Yes, yes, the purpose of 10:38. Yeah, okay, you could do that.
I'm sorry,
no, I'm sure it's just, I'm not suggesting.
So what I'm trying to avoid is
those terms are, for my case, those words are.
That's fine. What I'm trying to avoid is cross-examination back on the question of whether or not it's going to be
Yes, but unless we have that, I'm going to have to ask about traffic setting, because the two things are in the 10:38 top is traffic setting, and that's the language of people does not value landscape traffic setting coalescence. So I need the confirmation of the language.
I'm going to write down also it's
yeah.
It's not councils.
Yeah.
Is
or the existing parts. It's the coalescence.
Now you're saying it's
Well, no, because that's what we say. It's the sole consideration. The text we discussed is the council accepts of the consideration. That's the 10:38. The sole consideration is coalescence.
yeah, I'll say that.
Yeah, say that.
I'll say that.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thanks, Tim. Sorry, I'm probably being very pedantic, but
Well,
that's what my job is.
very well timed.
I'll say that maybe to you.
I'll I'll read it out again, John, and it's still not clear. But obviously, you must interrupt.
Mr. Leader, Mr. Banner, are we
Yes,
ready?
we are. May I help you in this way, sir? I know the friend has asked me to be absolutely clear. Is it the council's case that the appeal side is part of the traffic setting?
For the purpose of 1038.
For the purpose of 1038, would the appeal proposers harm that attractive setting? And I can give you a very clear answer, and the answer is no. The appeal site is not part of the attractive setting, and the appeal proposers will not hurt, not harm, will not harm Topsham's attractive setting. This is a case about coalescence, plain and simple. So I hope that is absolutely crystal clear, and that is said in regard to contents of paragraph 1038 of the core strategy, that is part of the subject of CPC. I hope that the battle line is completely clear.
Yes, I'm satisfied with that, Mr. Banner.
Thank you.
I assume I'll be walked through this, so to speak, in evidence and duty.
Yes, you will, sir. If I may help you, sir, you'll have read the officer's delegated report. On the one hand, it says there won't be any harm to Topsham's attractive setting. On the other hand, there seems to be reference to landscape value. We just need to clarify based on this.
Thank you for the clarity at this fairly early stage. It's most welcome. It helps the inquiry run a lot smoother. So, and again, thank you for the opening submissions and the copies that I've received. It is, Mr. Leader, I think one of your witnesses is the Prescott, evidence in chief is the next item on the agenda.
Yes.
Albeit interested parties were supposed to be the next item on the agenda. Obviously, nobody's entered the room since, so I will park that for the moment. If somebody comes in today or tomorrow, then we'll have to make room in the timetable. My question is, Mr. Leader, you suggested 90 minutes.
I don't think that long, sir. Ms. Prescott's told me she's going to not quicker than that. So
it was okay, so I think we're fine to, I think Ms. Prescott, evidence can be provided in chief before lunchtime, and then we'll probably have lunch. Although, I think your witness.
We need to rustle her up.
Yeah, okay.
We'll rustle her up.
I'll give you a minute. But I think that will take us to lunch, and then we'll obviously have lunch and come back, and then continue with cross-examination.
Thank you very much. She's going to need just a moment or two to set herself up. Her time estimates, because I have a particular understanding of how this is going to proceed, is that she reckons she'll go in 5 minutes. If I don't talk too much, she probably will. So we've got a few minutes. So can we just have 5 minutes?
Of course, yeah. I mean, I think it's a good opportunity. We'll just carry. I won't adjourn formally, but if people want to get a drink and things until Mr. Scott has settled into the witness table.
Do you want to just set yourself up?
Do you just want to set it? table, just take your time, don't worry about the time pressure. You've got some time to get yourself settled, ready to go, and help yourself to a great mind. If necessary, just indicate. I'll find this thing.
It's either button.
Sorry, yes, it's right hand side, but the left hand side you get some kind of alarm, so we'll try to don't press the left hand side button. Mr. Leader, in your own time, would you like to introduce yourself?
I would, sir. Thank you very much. So, are you Anne Prescott?
Good morning, yes I am.
And you are a chartered landscape architect. You've got some 25 years experience, and you've been instructed in this inquiry by Exeter Council to give evidence on the extent to which the landscape impact of this scheme will tend towards OLS, Topsham, Exeter.
That's correct.
Now, you've prepared a proof of evidence, and that proof of evidence contains a summary. You've also got an annex. If you just quickly turn to that, just so that we all know where we are. There are two A3 sheets in your annex. These are the company provided. One is labelled Annex A, ZTE. The other appears to be a rather expanded version of the ZTE. Can I just confirm there are supposed to be two A3 documents, are there?
I think that's right.
We'll go through this in due course. Now, can I just ask a preliminary question before we dig into your evidence? To what extent were you involved in the application of the tenants' termination of tenants'
I was asked to provide a review, which was just before it was termed, as part of the office review.
Yes. So we know if we go to CD1, there is a reference made in CD1 to the external landscape consultants assessment of the landscape impact of the scheme. You'll see the executive summary there. The first paragraph, A, my name is Clyst, I'm a chartered landscape architect. That would be right to say, wouldn't it, that you were the person who provided the city council with the professional advice as to whether or not there would be A, landscape impact, and B, impact on the technical industry. Is that correct? Now, I don't propose to ask you to read out your summary because the inspector has read it, and what we'd like to try and achieve through your examination sheet is a valid value which really focuses on the issues. So can I just ask you, from a landscape perspective, what do you consider to be the most important issue in this?
Thank you. So, if we go to the reason for refusal, and it's applied paragraph 14 on page 10. So it's
Sorry, can you just bear with myself?
sure.
Probably Mr. Banner as well, his seat. Just let me find page 14.
Page 14.
Page 10.
Page 10, paragraph 14. So reasons for refusal.
Yes, we're good to go there, thank you.
So it says the development will have a detrimental impact for 3 reasons. Firstly, it will urbanize a parcel of land. Secondly, it comprises part of the strategic gap between Topsham and Exeter, and it concludes then, therefore, it contributes to the sense of coalescence.
Now, is that allegation factually correct? What you're saying is there's going to be urbanisation part of the land, it's a matter of fact, the strategic gap, and that will cause coalescence. Is that something that you consider to be objectively factual?
That is objectively actually correct.
So help us understand why you say that.
So,
With urbanisation.
so if I take you in terms of urbanising parts of land, so the development of a site with up to 100 houses with the associated infrastructure, roads, signage and lighting would all be urbanising factors. Then looking at how it comprises part of the strategic gap between Topsham and Exeter, secondly. You need to look at the text behind the local plan. So I'm going to take you to CD9, paragraph 11.8.
So you're doing all this electronic work.
I am Mr. Lee, yes.
So we'll take that. So we legislation we're going to fast.
If you can just pause there while I'm CD9.
Section 11.
So just identifying that document, what you're looking at is the same policy as the Exeter local plan first review, right?
Correct.
So which page? Which paragraphs?
So, I don't have a page number of it. Paragraph 11.8.
Yeah. Which is page 112. So, what do you want to draw our attention to?
So, the second half of that paragraph says the attractive rural landscape of small fields, hedgerows, and copses to the north and east of Topsham provides the essential green setting to the historic settlement of Topsham. Both these areas contribute to and are an integral part of the wider rural landscape of East Devon and ensure the southeastern containment of the city. I'm going to link that down to paragraph 11.11 below, where it goes on to say that the appraisal above demonstrates that the open land around Exeter forms a variety of roles, including the separation of settlements, maintaining distinct identities and enabling informal recreation. It contains high-quality agricultural land and land of nature conservation importance. Overall, it contains land of intrinsic landscape merit, which provides the setting of the city as a whole and the local areas. It is the combination of these roles and qualities and their relationship with and importance to the population of the adjoining urban area, which establishes the unique nature of this land compared to the wider countryside and merits its protection from inappropriate development. So I'm just going to draw some points out of that. So the maintenance of the gap is to preserve a sense of place. And it's of importance to the population, and this is a long-standing and important objective. It's strategic because it operates on a city-wide and landscape scale. So I'm going to take you now to the fringes study, which is CD 25.
Which shall also find appendix 14.
And if you found that document, if you could page 61, please. And page 61 is the where the justification for the landscape sensitivity assessment is set out in zone 21.
Sorry, I can see you. I will pause just for a second. I'm running to find the document. Just give me a second.
He does, appendix 14.
Not 61 on hard. There may be little.
Okay, so it's zone 21, and the top of it says,
Zone code 21.
Oh, I see.
sensitivity capacity.
Sorry, yes.
And the page number at the bottom.
Yeah.
So I, on my hard copy, I've got 61 1.
Yes, got it. Thank you.
Okay, so here we have the key conclusions drawn by the consultants who wrote this report on the function of the landscape.
Yeah, before we go to that, do we need to make sure we know where we are? So you've probably seen stuff. But if you go to the plans, it's at the back of the extract provided by this consultant. You're looking at that version, or you've not got to pre-openings. And so then you look at the plans and the documents and such. Zone 21 and zone 22 are places we need to look at. I'm familiar with where we're talking about. So.
Sorry, Mr. Leader. No, I think I'm familiar. I would like to look at the document you're referring to as well. So is it best to go to Mr. Cook?
I think it's best to go to Mr. Cook because, quite frankly, he's just zeroing in on the things that matter.
So can you just remind me where?
Appendix 14, if you're looking at his appendix, the plan with the zones annotated on is the last one. It's sample. Visibility of zones for your 8.621. Zone 21.
I do have that, Mr. Leader. Yes, thank you.
So we've got zone 21, we've got zone 22. We need those two zones kept clearly in mind.
If you see, so zones 21 and 22 are separated from zones 17 and 18 by the motorway. So here we have those key conclusions on the function of the landscape. So the sensitivity, landscape sensitivity is described as being medium, and the justification states that the area forms a rural buffer between Topsham and the M5 and links into the wider landscape to the north. And then if we go down, it goes on to talk about the housing capacity justification for it being categorised as being medium to low. And there it says the area has limited capacity due to its buffer function. It goes on to say additional houses only on existing plots may be acceptable. And then more than this would reduce the openness and rural character of the area. If we go over the page, which is my page 62, which might be the page number, and we go down to look at the functional relationship of the area, which is halfway down the next page. It says that the functional relationship with the wider landscape is significant, and that the area acts as a corridor between Topsham and the M5. So if we compare this to zone 22, which is to the west of zone 21, and is on the in 2 pages further over, you will see that the functional relationship of the area of 22 is, with wider landscape, is some rather than significant. So it has a slightly different role. Area 22 separates Topsham from Exeter, whereas Area 21, which is the area decisive, separates Topsham from the M5. In terms of its functional relationship and functional role.
Just out of interest, why is it important to separate Topsham from the M5? What's going on in the north?
So the north of the M5 is where there is a strategic allocation of land, so it's the urbanisation there of the bottom part of Exeter. So the importance is about that functional maintaining a rural buffer, a strategic gap.
You have to know the name of the strategic application.
There's Newport.
Yes, the Newport strategic application. Okay, sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you for clarifying. I'm then going to take you to the core strategy, which is CD8. And it's my page number 59, and I'm taking you to policy CP16.
So what do you want to draw our attention to?
Yeah. So, so I just want to look first of all at the purpose. What the purpose of this policy is. And the first paragraph sets out that it is to protect and enhance local identity and to provide a framework for sustainable redevelopment. And this protection is done in part at bullet 3, halfway down the page, where it says that protection will be through maintaining the strategic gap between Topsham and Exeter. So if the supporting text behind the policy is on the preceding pages, and if you would mind turning to page 55, we've got some justification for the policy.
Yeah, and if we want to be a bit pedantic, we can see that the justifications for the policy is split into different parts. The infrastructure landscape, biodiversity, the south and western nature, and what we didn't take into respect is the bit of landscape.
A bit, I think it's heavy landscape.
Yeah, and then we're focusing on a particular part of the landscape section, which is concerned with the Topsham. Yeah. So what do you want to tell us about 1038 and 1039?
So 1038 states the strategic gap between Topsham and Exeter is also particularly important in that it forms an open break between the two settlements, thus preventing their coalescence, whilst also protecting Topsham's attractive setting. Whilst this area has a low intrinsic landscape value, the role it plays makes it sensitive to development. So in that sense, it by being open landscape. The second paragraph that I'm drawing your attention to is 10.39. And this paragraph says, the spatial strategy provides growth to the east and southwest of the city in those areas that the landscape study concludes are of medium to low landscape sensitivity and have a medium high capacity for development. The landscape setting designation in these areas is accordingly deleted. Any development in the remaining designated areas must ensure that the character and local distinctiveness of these areas is protected and enhanced. Further guidance will be set out in the development DPD. But what I'm drawing attention to is that I note that the boundaries are not defined. The key diagram that's at page 99 establishes we are in the gap. I'm going to then, if it's all right, take you to the appeal decision for the Taylor-Wimpey site. And we have that at CD 14. And so I'm going to take you to 4 paragraphs.
Before you do, you're familiar with this decision, are you? Right.
I'm happy to leave it,
Thanks
yes.
very much. So you don't need this to accuse us of
So I'm going to take you to paragraphs 15, 19, 21, and 24. So paragraph 15 starts at the bottom of page 3. And second sentence, the proposal would result in the loss of part of the gap. The degree of separation between Topsham and Exeter would be diminished. The strategic gap would therefore be eroded. However, the council's witness accepted at the inquiry that there would not be any material coalescence between the two settlements arising from the scheme. Given first that open land would remain to the north of the appeal site, and so that open land is the site that we are considering today. And indeed to the west on the opposite side of the railway line. And second, that the route between Topsham and Exeter along Clyst Road to the north of the site would continue to pass through open farmland within East Devon. I have no reason to take a different view. I'm then going to take you down to the end of his paragraph 19, where he concluded that this change would amount to visual harm. Then take you to paragraph 21, where the inspector concluded that it seems to me that the appeal scheme would therefore both adversely affect the area's landscape character and result in an adverse visual impact. As already discussed, the strategic gap would be eroded, although the council accepts there would not be any material coalescence. It is, however, necessary to relate those findings to the specific allegations that have been advanced in respect of policy CP16. So, my analysis of that is that there was then sufficient area of landscape remaining. There were sufficient layers of hedges and trees and fields to have a meaningful functioning gap on the eastern side of the railway line between the railway and the M5 and the development edge. So it might be useful while we come down to a site level to have a plan open, and would be a useful plan. I don't know if you're able to have that plan open while we look at more documents.
And if it helps you, sir, we can probably provide you with a second screen.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. That's very kind. I think I'm okay at the moment. If things get too complicated, it might be an option I could see.
So just to help us, we've got Mr. Cook's appendix 9. You can see a site outline in red. Is that the appeal site?
Thank you, that is the appeal.
So where's the Taylor Wimpey site in relation to the
So it is due south between, which is on this plan called Freeborn Road, which is Clyst Road, and the railway line. So it's that is the infilling site in the gap. So when I talk about the need for the fact that at the moment there is a meaningful gap, it is the site that forms that meaningful gap. So you can see from the plan we have the western boundary of the site bounded by the railway line. The southern side of the site is bounded by the new development that is currently under construction, and open land on really on all three sides around the site, because the railway line runs the line in the landscape. There are fields the other side of it on the western side.
So you say that in respect to the appeal site. How does that compare with the Taylor Wimpey site? To what extent is Taylor Wimpey bound by existing road?
Well, the Taylor Wimpey site was bound by existing development on the southern and most of the eastern side. So it was in a much more urban situation.
And what's the perspective, what I'm saying is, of the western edge of the Taylor Wimpey site view from that report there?
So I'd quite like to take you through a tour of the moment. It's all right, I just have a train of thought that's in my mind. So, in this scenario, so the development would extend further into the gap. And I have some figures that before the Taylor Wimpey land was consented, the length of gap along the railway line between Topsham and the M5 was 740 metres. So it's near about 3/4 of a kilometre, half a mile. The Taylor Wimpey land extended along that railway line, because that's a really useful straight line that we can measure, for 330 metres of that 740 metre gap. And that left 410 metres of gap.
Can you just explain the gap? Is this north and south?
So there's the railway line. So I'm taking the gap from the bottom of the Taylor Wimpey side up here to where it leads to.
Mr. Banner, if you okay, that's fine, thank you. Continue.
Yes, so the Taylor Wimpey land took up 330 metres of that gap, but it left 410 metres of that north-south gap. And that left 5 fields, all bound by hedges. This side takes a further 300 metres of that gap, which leaves approximately 110 metres crossing one field of the gap between the site when measured along the railway line. So that's a very different scenario than the previous development. So if you're happy, if I take you back to the appeal decision we looked at paragraph 21. All right, I can take you to paragraph, sorry, my mind is jumping. So, no, we looked at paragraph 21, if that's right, and then we're going to go to paragraph 24, where, so paragraph 21 deals with, he talks about the erosion of the gap, and then in paragraph 24 he says, in making this assessment, I consider that the attractive setting does not necessarily relate to intrinsic landscape quality. Indeed, as already noted, in core strategy paragraph 1038, it describes the strategic gap as having a low intrinsic landscape value, whilst also protecting Topsham's attractive setting. It says, to my mind, the matter rests upon particular circumstances of the land concerned. And here we have the circumstances are very different, and those purely factual measurement distances that I gave you are just one measure of how different the scenario is now.
So pure distance is just one measure. Are you going to tell us about the other measures? The other circumstances.
I will. That's right. I'm out of that field decision. So that's a layer of factual information. But now looking at, we need to say, well, how do the land parcels that are the appeal site, how do they contribute to the gap? And at a sort of settlement stroke landscape level, what do they mean for that gap between Topsham and Exeter, or Topsham and the M5? So we know that the objective of the gap is to maintain separation in a sustainable framework form as set out in the CP16 wording that we've looked at. And what is seen on the ground matters as much as what is seen on a plan. So by narrowing that gap down further to just 110 metres when you've got a passenger on the railway, or on the train, or somebody going along Newport Road, unlike the Taylor Wimpey site that was framed by development, this would be a finger of development projecting out into the open countryside. So my view is this cannot be compared to the context of the Taylor Wimpey development. But it also needs to be seen in the context of the increasing urbanisation of the gap in this area. And the council have prepared land that is being discussed. I'm not sure if it's in evidence.
No, it's not in evidence yet. So you weren't in the room while we were talking about it. You can't tell the inspector about what's on the plan, but you can tell him about things that happen in the gap that might in due course appear.
Okay, right. So this is part of what remains undeveloped land. It's at the narrowest point of the strategic gap on the western side, sorry, eastern side of the Topsham Gap. Eastern side of the motorway, eastern side of the railway. And therefore, its sensitivity is increased and capacity constrained. And we have some precedent or evidence of that being recorded if we go to CD15, which is Mr. Ball's appeal decision for the Exeter Road site in Topsham.
That's going to be CD16.
Oh, sorry, I got it wrong. CD16. And if we go to paragraph 16 of CD16, we find that halfway through paragraph 16, the inspector says the M5 forms a very strong boundary to the city's developed area. So the first open land seen after the M5 when travelling towards Topsham is and will be very important in maintaining the separate character of Exeter and Topsham.
Is it worth, and tell me if you don't want to do it, but is it worth the last sentence, since we compare and contrast the situation we're all there to the situation you say, comparing the appeal side to the
Oh, thank you. So it says in the last sentence, in this context, the development which tends to be read against the backdrop of existing suburban and urban fringe development. And in this context, the backdrop is on the southern side, existing suburban and urban fringe development. But we have 3 open sides. If it's not developed, we have 3 open sides. If 2, it's just open out to the east or west. Are you happy if I?
Yes, please do. So you dealt with Inspector 4 at 16. Did you want to say anything else about that decision for now, or did you want to?
No, thank you very much.
So where would you like to take us next?
So I think if it's all right, if we I'd now like to think about a bit more about to what extent would the development tend to result in the perception of coalescence. So rather than physical coalescence as perception. So if we go to my proof, page 34, and just to have a figure, a picture of the site, use my figure 5. Just because it's got some points marked on it that I'm drawing those specific locations to your attention.
Sorry, could you just explain exactly where that is in your proof?
Page 34.
I hope so. We've got what appears in mind is a black and white diagram that look like X lines and colours. Don't. That's line. Oh, mine's black and white. So maybe crystal colours.
I do have a coloured version actually. So this is the view from the western side of the appeal site. Is that the diagram?
Yeah, above. Yes, so it shows some site visit viewing locations. So so I just want to think for a minute or share thoughts with you about how and to what extent you would perceive coalescence from the environment of the site.
So, I just ask before you go there, we're going to be looking at views from Clyst Road. What's the importance of Clyst Road? What does it matter when you can see Clyst Road? How does Clyst Road function?
So this road, it's a local road. It's a rural road, and it links. It follows up the side of the Clyst Valley and joins the city later on, further up towards the M5 further north. But it's a road that has been. There are walkers there. There are cyclists. And it's a road that is being diverted. So the section running alongside the Taylor Wimpey site has been closed so that it's diverted through the Taylor Wimpey site.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Cook describes this as a key route. Do you agree? Key route to Topsham Exeter.
On this, there are on this side, on the eastern side of Topsham, it is a key route.
And compared with the other two Exeter Topsham, which is now the Exeter and Topsham, is a distinction that we might draw between the appearance of Topsham compared with Exeter.
So the Exeter road that goes the western side has been urbanised right the way along, whereas this still remains a strongly rural character.
You know where the Exeter road is? You need to show you.
So
It would help us to leave, yeah.
So Mr. Cook's appendix 9, you just pull that out. You can see quite clearly marked the blue ball road and Clyst road. Where is Exeter road?
So Exeter Road runs from Lower Weir Roundabout, which is on the far west of your plan, halfway down. Lower Weir Road, and it runs past Seabrook House, under the M5, and down into Topsham, where it goes down into the town centre.
So if you look at that, you see those immediately to the right. There's an area which appears to be quite open. Is that area as open as it might appear on this plan?
It isn't as open because of consented development.
Yes.
And hopefully we will, at some point in this inquiry, have some kind of agreed plan that shows what is and isn't consented.
So if one is driving between Exeter and Topsham via the Exeter, one travels through.
Continuous development.
Yeah.
And
Whereas the
central
alternative,
coalescence.
so there's the alternative, which is to come along Clyst Road, you go up Carlton to Junction 30.
Yes.
You go that way, rural. How does that compare? You can just describe the Exeter road.
So that road has a much more rural character. The exceptions are at the points of entry into the Taylor Wimpey site. And from where you drop down from the Taylor Wimpey site, off you can come down a hill off and back onto the straight. That's where the morality really does start.
And what you're concerned about is the impact of new development on the coalescence of Topsham Exeter as the sea not only from Clyst Road, but also from railway and the other parts of Topsham.
That's it.
Thank you. Right. You'd like to consider.
So we've referencing to perception of coalescence. So Newcourt Road, I'm going to start with Newcourt Road to the west of the site, and this is a road I've walked many times. There's walkers, there's dog walkers. People walk along Newcourt Road and link into the city. So it's not a public right of way in terms of the footpath, but it is a well-used walking route, as well as driving route to access the few houses that are along that road.
I'm so sorry. Newcourt Road. Where are you?
So walking along the length of Newcourt Road is a walking route, popular walking route.
Right.
And at the northern end of Newcourt Road, there's highway access that you can walk or drive over the motorway, but the roads don't really go anywhere other than to access a lane and local houses. So therefore that road doesn't allow you vehicle access into Exeter, only pedestrian access really. So if you see where I put position 1, from that position you can look across from Newport Road through a gateway between houses, individual houses, just the small housing developments along there under construction.
Sorry, I think I've lost. I'm back on the.
Sorry, back on.
I'm on the group.
Page
Appendix 9.
34.
I'm using appendix 9 as a reference. So
Ah.
back in your group.
Back on
Yeah,
page 34.
So just to, if one is trying to appreciate the impact of the site on the coalescence of Topsham and Exeter, one obtains the most helpful views from the new court road, east of railway line, or Clyst road, west of the west. The new court is to the west, Clyst road is to the east. And the point you make is that this new court road is essentially a pedestrian city, whereas Clyst road is a vehicle road, a busy highway that one uses in the city like a country route. Yeah, right. So are we on new court roads?
We are on Newport Road, and if you see my position 1, in position 1 at the, what I'm going to call alternate Newport Road, just for ease. So you look across a field width, and you can see the development of the Taylor Wimpey site progressing. And you can see the roof profiles of the houses there. And they are quite prominent on that skyline, where it was open before, now it's now housing development. And then as you travel north along Newport Road, and you look east, and which would be right on this plan, you would look across one field width, and there's a very open gateway, a sort of double gateway into a field, and you look across just before you get to the motorway. And you would see the post-development site extending that character. If it was developed, you would extend that character of housing with roof profiles and development on your views, extending across your views looking to the east. And the view at that point is at about the same level as the railway line. The railway line is, you see the trains go past the railway line, it's not embankment. So you look straight across and you can see the housing. And then you just walk a matter of meters and you'll be at the motorway and you can move this over. So what the development would do would be to take those 4 open fields, which may be seen as just open landscape, and diminish the gap so that it would effectively be gone from those views. And in doing so, it would lose that element of function. Now then, I'm going to take you, I travelled the railway a number of times, taking that journey, and some purposes looking at this site. And when you travel on that railway line, you cross over the motorway heading south. And at the moment, you see 5 field boundaries before you get to the Taylor Wimpey site. So there is a perception of a gap there. But if it was developed, the site was developed, you would just have 1 field width that you would see. And in the context of that field width, you would see the houses straight ahead. So if you were looking back towards a rear-facing passenger travelling north, you would, the perception of the gap would be very dramatically diminished. And that railway line is used as like commuters going between the 2 settlements, but it also connects to the coast and into the centre of the city. So those 2, the third route through which you can see the site. And these are more modest glimpses from the Topsham Road, Clyst Road, the honest and convenient road. So you'd obviously be able, the new road layout with the Taylor Water side, you would be able to see the proposed development site, within the internal road network. But also, so if you go down onto this road, there are gateway views where at the moment you see some of the site and through the hedges in the summer, when you're walking cycling, you can see through gaps in the hedges, just because there are tall trees in those hedges with gaps underneath. And you would see the development on the skyline, and you would see the erosion of that gap. It's the skyline development, and from positions 4 and 5, I think there would be that perception of coalescence. Because at position 5, you would look through there are 2 gateways into 2 fields, and you look one side and you see Exeter, you look the other side and you see the site with the hedges. But so what matters is that the view would change from the development to the site, and what we're considering is the developed, how it would be at the developed site, not what view you would have of an undeveloped piece of land, which is what you see at the moment. So my reading of Mr. Cook's evidence is that he takes a different view. He makes reference to the site not being visible, but it appears to me that if developed in a form that is similar to the Taylor Wimpey site, it would clearly be seen on the skyline.
So as a take introduction, you can give the update. We're at, let's assume we're at point 5, and you are standing looking to the west. What will you see of the hills? What will you see of the development? Will you see it?
So this obviously we had the assumption that 100 houses were built. So you would see some of those 100 houses that would be on the skyline. So they would be only approximately 200 metres away from you at here point 5.
And then if you were to just move your arms further to the right, so you're back standing to point 5. Stay looking towards the motorway. So you can see houses on the east side about 20 metres. What do you see beyond the motorway? Is it?
You see houses beyond the motorway. So, and even in summer, they're very clear, robust houses.
So you change your borders. You start looking towards the southwest, you see houses on the east side.
Yes.
As you switch to the west, you see houses on the south coast.
Yes.
Continue to pan around the north. How does your view change?
So as you pan around to the north, you see there would be hedges and fields. And then when you're back on the road, when you look north, you would see the city in the far distance, the stadium, see across the other part of the road.
Yeah. Just the right.
Sorry, Mr. Lee, just sorry to interrupt. The stadium, is that part of, I'm making an assumption here, is that related to the new court allocation?
It's the northern end of the new court application, I think.
Is this the rugby stadium?
Well,
Yes.
you see most of my big green ones. That's how it's
The rusty stripes.
Yeah, I'm just, because I've been on the site, I'm just trying to get my kind of bearings. So, yeah, I think I understand what you're referring to as a stadium. That's fine.
Your L cottages to back towards the hillside on the left, then you see across the motorway. You can on that see a big green one, which is a hotel, it's on the stage.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
So,
Forgive me, Mr. Scott, but if I would like to tell the inspector where you need to stand, best appreciate co-lessons, where would you go there? Where would you say something that gets the best discussion?
so I would say from that plan, you still have it. Views 2, views 5, and by taking the railway. You would also see it in view 4. So, it could be said that the Taylor-Wimpey decision is a proof of concept. It proves that the concept that entering into the gap is conceptually okay. But as far as the strategic gap is concerned, when comparing the Taylor-Wimpey site with this site, in a different context, there's a different relationship between the two sites and the landscape. So I'm going to ask you to go to page 24 of my proof and look at paragraph 40. And here effectively lies the distinguishing argument between the effect on the gap of the two schemes, the consented and developed scheme and this proposal. And here I reference paragraph 15 of Inspector Hetherington. And I quote that they said that the proposal would result in the loss of part of that gap. The degree of separation between Topsham and Exeter would be diminished, and the strategic gap would therefore be eroded. However, the council's witness accepted the inquiry that there would not be any material coalescence between the two settlements arising from that scheme. So, what I'm saying is that the scenario is very different now. And in the present case, the appeal site directly abuts onto the Taylor-Wimpey site, but only along one edge. And it extends this thing that will tunnel development out into the gap, well beyond the built-up area of Topsham as it sits at the moment. So this part of the landscape contrasts from the consented land. It's neither rounding off nor infilling, and it's bounded on three sides by the proposed development site is bounded on three sides by open land. Sorry, the Taylor-Wimpey site is bounded. Yeah, this is in the countryside, and it's got open land to the east and the west. Whereas the Taylor-Wimpey site is terminated the development, and it forms this very strong edge. Whereas the site has an open countryside character and a rural character. So when I go back to the visibility of the site is only visible from a few locations in its fairground state. But particularly when you compare what's seen now and what would be if it was developed from the train and from the roads, the visibility would be more extensive, and the appeal site, if consented, would become far more visible than it is at the moment, because it is just a bare piece of land at the moment.
Now, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you've got your Z3 and obviously that is produced on the basis of certain assumptions. That's the way in which visibility is imbalance. We better deal with that now. To what extent would sight appear visible in the scenario as represented on the TV, or does, or do you want to qualify what's shown?
The ZTV, all it shows is where in background conditions there's a potential for a view based on a normal two-story dwelling being on that site, and we know that the application is for 100 dwellings. It assumes two-story, not three-story. There was some criticism in the rebuttal of Mr. Cook that the use of the ZTV rather than using a surface terrain model, and all I can say is that all these models have a limited use, and they're there as a starting point. But the digital terrain models are based on solid facts on terrain, whereas the surface models, their effectiveness and their quality depends on the data captured. So if you capture the data in summer, you have a very different model than if you capture it in winter. So the inherent limitations, which is why I used ZTV, but it is just there as a starting point. You then go out and look for views and see what you actually see that matters. The Landscape Institute don't have any guidance on the use of or recommend using surface models. They still advocate terrain models.
But the driving matters this. You've identified a small number. You produce a ZTV which suggests that the site might be quite wide.
Yes.
And you just give the inspection view from Clyst and from viewport. Broadly speaking, how visible will the appeal site be in the surrounding landscape?
Well, its visibility, if developed in the same way as the Taylor Wimpey site, it would be a similar form of composition of view. So from the gateways and the gaps along both those roads, you would see that similar form of view. From Newport Road, it would be a continuation of the same type of view, whereas from Clyst Road, it would be opening up of a skyline development that would be seen from those views. So, in terms of the urbanized, there would be, going back to my point that Mr. Cook says in his evidence that paragraph 3.21, and I don't think you need to turn to it, it's just a point of fact that he says that a strong edge is a defendable boundary. But he goes on to say at paragraph 7.18 that the baseline is framed by built development, and that I would like to explore a little bit. So if you would be happy to go to Mr. Cook's evidence of paragraph 7.18. And that is on page 37. So I don't have a core document number for this, but it's Mr. Cook's evidence, page 36 over to page 37. So as we go over into onto the top of page 37, he says here is that the proposed scheme is framed by built infrastructure. Now, but the thing is, built development has over to the south. And I think it's in contrast with the Taylor Wintry site, in that here you would observe coalescence because the development is framed by open landscape. So I think the finger of development would be too at the moment, the edge is really clearly demarcated. At paragraph 7.23 at the bottom of that page, he goes on to conclude the site is significantly influenced by substantial growth infrastructure. So it's the same point again. And he says that I draw the same conclusion. But I think the edge is very clearly demarcated. So built development is actually only to the south of the proposed development site. I don't agree that the site is significantly influenced by built infrastructure. Now, the diversion of the Clyst Road into the Taylor Wintry site that we have talked about creates a more defendable and abrupt character to the road and transition from urban to rural. So on Exeter, in future, when that road is shut off, the existing part of this road is shut off, and you have to divert from Clyst Road into the Taylor Wintry site and back out to go onto Clyst Road. I think that when you drop down back onto the Clyst Road, there's a level change and there's a perception change, and that is where you very clearly come to the end of the settlement. It's at the end of Highfield Terrace, and you are then into the open countryside, and it becomes a really very clearly defined and abrupt boundary. And it's my opinion that any further development on this side of the railway will affect the function of the gap we've seen in that rural setting. So you've got how the road relates on the Clyst Road relates on the eastern side, and how the perceptions from the railway along the west. So you've got at the middle this very clearly defined boundary, and that would change.
Right. Now, I'm just conscious of time, so I'm going to ask you. What you've done is you've told about the evolution of the gap as a policy designation. Explain how it functions in relation to various
Yes. Yes.
You zeroed in how the site, you zeroed in on how the site contributes to the buffer. You've told us how it compares with the way in which Taylor Wintry.
Yes.
And you explain where that affects you see them now severely clearly now. Having got us to that point, is there anything else you need to tell us about in terms of either the extent and the nature of the development plan of maintenance of the strategic gap, or any further comparisons you'd like to call the Taylor Wintry? Because if not, I suspect it's probably about examination issues.
I think, if it's right, I just make one further point, and that is, if you go to paragraph 215, he says that development would be in character. He said, I consider that the proposed design would be in character and in keeping with the local landscape and townscape within which the site is situated in my fieldwork. Well, it's an outline development, and we have no details at all at the moment. So you can't make these assumptions. The parameters just are not known. All we know is that the site is currently in open countryside and that there is this overarching policy objective for maintaining anti-coalescence. And I think just on that point, I don't need to take you there, but I started by taking you to paragraph 10.38 and looking at this, how this strategic gap was described with its preventing coalescence role. And to just, really to go full circle and conclude on that point that everything I have shown you is to illustrate that point about the contribution it makes to the strategic gap and its distinctiveness by being open.
Right, so to conclude, let us go back to your evidence. Paragraph 50 on pages 24 to 25. Like this is the last point you address. Now, you have that there.
So this is the figure.
Okay, it's your pages 24 and 25, paragraph 40.
Yes, yes,
Before you
yes.
give us some words that you underline.
yes.
And I dare say, Mr. Banner probably read on the inspector, because you see what the inspector said there is then explains what he said by what follows. I'm just reading it, read it to yourself, tell me when you've read it. Take your time. Now, would open that event this
Yes. Time gap, sorry.
Well,
to the north.
the answer is yes, I think.
It is, yes. It would be 110 years.
It would be 110. Now, why is that insufficient in your view?
Because it might be physically a gap, but it isn't going to be perceived as being a sufficient gap for the strategic role of the Topsham gap to function. So it's the functionality of it that would be lost.
So you've got open land there, but it's not enough. That's a strategic function. And as you look across that open land, what do you see? It's not necessarily.
So when you look over, you see the M5 and Exeter to the north.
What do you see to the southwest?
To the
It was standing down across the 3.5, wouldn't see.
OC. So if at the moment you see nothing, but if developed, you will see the proposed development of the skyline.
Okay, and then it's a second that the route between Topsham and Exeter on Clyst Road to the north of the site, the Topsham Road to Farmland within East Devon District. Right. Is that going to be the case in the future?
The north side continues across. So it would, you would have, so the north side. So it would change because you would have views of that skyline.
Yeah. So whereas Inspector Henderson was quite relaxed about that issue that he released there, your view in this case, can this inspector be so relaxed in respect to this element on the function of gap connection function?
It's my opinion that you can't, because this site would erode the gap to such an extent that you can't be relaxed about it.
Right. Good. Well, I'd like to leave your evidence contact with and the neighbours.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leader, and Mr. Clyst. I would like to take your seat. Thank you. So we will adjourn shortly before lunch. It's a good moment to do that, I think, before we start cross-examination. So after lunch, it's like to sit there again. I would like to take a seat now, or you can just stay there with the bridge. I'll be doing shortly. I don't have any questions at this stage anyway, and I think some of the questions I might have possibly might be answered this afternoon. Mr. Leader, the plan that's been referred to this morning, I've made a few notes about particular developments, and I'm not sure where they are in the context of the appeal side. And I've got a feeling the plan that's floating around might answer some of those questions in the report. So, for example, the new court strategic allocation, I think I know where that is now. I'm not sure whether that will be on the plan. There's also a reference to a few appeal schemes, and again, if they're on the plan, then that might actually help me quite significantly planning something illustrative. What are those kind of things that you were including on the plan?
Yes, they were. So you've got, for example, Carrick Mill, Albion. If you want to run the new court allocation, so you'll see that help is about on the core strategy diagram, page 99, see sit clear there. But the particular planning commission appeals that we just referred to, they are set out on the plan, but we're going to try and agree between us. We can, I hope, deal with that very much.
That would be helpful. It just makes things easier when I'm being guided through evidence, just to be able to picture where these things are.
Let's see what we can.
Okay, so an hour for lunch.
I think we helped read these things. So I have no idea what to get much.
No, that's fine. Well, shall we just 2:30? Let's get to an hour and 5 minutes actually. So we'll come back at 2:30. We can be this Chris Cox if you'd like to take a seat there this afternoon. Thank you.
Well, I'm trying to sort out what really is the press start. Could they do? And then have those right.
He's causing. No, I said my last week.
Should give me some food first. Back to your hand.
Yeah, I think yes. Yes.
Don't really have much to do. I'm trying to collaborate this lot of time. Do you want me to just go and get a random selection?
Thanks, grab that.
It's going to rain. Well, I know it's them more than it's for us actually.
I'm going to go and find a Sainsbury's or something. Just a load of crisps and sandwiches and a boots on the high street.
John, let's have a quick demonstration. We've only got an hour, so we can't hang around. 5 minutes.
Okay.
Then you just clean it out and
Yeah.
come back here.
Should we do that? We'll all wander down together.
Trust City Council will take my holiday.
That'll be on the camera.
Emerging allegations, you mean the family
Yeah.
No weight can be attributed.
But I'm hoping that someone can be attributed to it. I mean, yeah, well, they're already not a bottle. Okay, so they're only quietly, go through it like that. Which gives a great power down here. So these are sequences on the web ones. I just wonder, and this is stuff up here, might not be relevant, but there's something on there. Perhaps the allocation of yeah, this is so much fun.
Yeah, no, I agree with the coloration.
And we can make
We're putting some clarification.
That's why I'm just thinking
I get your point. I get your point about simplifying.
yeah. So that's another way of looking at it, but it's not as detailed as that.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not just lower. I mean, if someone in the city can rejig it,
Hopefully, it could.
it's just like taking this that way. They could keep the blocks the same and just change the colour to a kind of colour. And they might be able to get that done in 7 minutes. And then if we could agree on the plans of planning today, and you expect it to have it every month potentially.
Yeah.
Because at least you might not do this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But if you've got this bouncing around when we're going to get this tomorrow, it's going to be yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Have you not gone with everyone else?
No. Controls.
So they've just buggered off and left you behind? I don't.
They've had it off the shop. Yeah. I've got yours. Yeah.
Oh, you still got that one?
That's
Okay. And that says it does. Yeah. You see, so yeah, I think that's got to be nicked by,
yeah, we'll follow along on
Yeah.
with laptop.
yeah, you need to follow it through.
Yeah, well, Andrew had them up on his screen.
Yeah.
That was allowed to. So the first lot, they're carrying on.
Yeah, right, where did I go?
They went to Sainsbury or Biggs.
Coming back here.
His light's going as well.
I understand the word very well. So you've got lunch, Will?
I've got a sandwich, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know whether you agree, Robin, but one of the interesting things to watch is when he's writing and when he's not.
Oh, it's always a tell, isn't it?
Yeah, normally when he's not writing.
Yeah.
What he's saying.
So you suspect to stop writing, shut up. It's
Yeah.
basically the.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Presumably they'll be back.
Yeah.
I might take a wander at High Street.
I don't.
It ain't very far, is it?
No.
Even if you follow it, you'll get a lot more out of it.
Yeah.
Is the Zoom still running?
Yeah, because they said they can hear everything over the thing.
On YouTube, but only got lunch on it then. Wander at the High Street.
Because they're still on, aren't they? They're just not off. Either.
It's where they've just come on, but they seem dimmed.
Yeah.
It's where they weren't on a second. Just moved
Yeah, I
around.
think they were, but not like that. That's
Yeah, there's no one over there. I pressed it and nothing seemed to.
If we get brighter? Possibly. Yeah. That's a bit odd. Yeah.
Coming for a stroll
Yeah.
then, or are you hanging here, or?
Yeah, I'm for sure.
place, then go from the chat.
So to the back.
Yeah, but then the mics are off, we go to the end.
Yeah, but I still, shall we just go to the bacteria?
What do is eat?
Eat, yeah.
Otherwise, we're super crowded.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, we can sit.
Right. And what sandwiches, what food have you got from us?
I've got whatever was put in that basket, so.
Jerry.
I see a chicken salad in there roaming around.
There.
Chicken salad.
No, brilliant.
Put another water in there.
Have to take every picture. And every local authority hall has the kind of stock picture of the Queen, don't they? And like, they have to send out loads of pictures of Charles, aren't they?
They are.
Select one, please. Because I thought there was something in every reception when you go in.
Yeah, everybody was the same.
Chambers, council chamber.
Yeah.
Came into Gatwick the other day and there's a big picture of the being blazoned on the wall. Time's got so fun.
I sit on the board of something called JNCC, which is the UK-wide nature where it sits above Natural England, Scottish Natural Heritage, National Source of Wales, and Northern Irish. And they're moving into a new building in Peterborough early next year, along with the Environment Agency in Natural England. And I hope the name of the building is quite, because I keep saying they've got big issues of pay, you know, the staff leaving because they behave very well. We'll just do the, I'd also be trying to get a royal to open it, it's too embarrassing. And we had a discussion of names, and they were looking for Attenborough House, Red Kite House, some environmental names. Local council, the Key House, because it's on Betty Key's Key House, it's so underwhelming.
Yeah.
Richard Dave, I said go back to the council, see if we get it renamed King Charles III House.
Yeah.
On the basis of it's the kind of thing a local council might be able to be the first new public building that bears his name, and that he's an environmentalist himself.
Yeah.
He might just tickle his ego enough to turn up and open it.
That's a very good idea. Yeah, everybody's interested in the environment.
It is.
Put out to the public vote like that, environmental explorer vote.
House space.
You're not a public vote, do you?
No.
No. You end up with a name you don't want.
He's going to be the king.
Yeah, I do actually.
Yeah.
You know, he's had a practice. You know, he's played a good hand so far, hasn't he? No, I mean his big task is what he's only got for 10 or 15 years is to manage the transition, isn't it, between the Elizabethan era and the modern monarchy, and find a role for the monarchy that works in the modern era. And that's his real. Because she was able, because of her vintage and generation, to be a sort of old style monarch, not really just not say anything, not be a bit more distant.
It was interesting on the day when the funeral, I was watching the funeral in the morning, then took a break, went for a walk, 4 o'clock run, essentially, walked down the beach. And there were lots of sunny day, loads of people down on the beach.
Yeah.
And we noticed something, so, and anybody over 40 must have been euthanized.
Oh really?
There was nobody.
All the younger people.
Yeah, it was all the younger people. They're obviously not
They're not interested in the whole. No.
Which makes me think, maybe really have.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like maybe I've shown my own, and I just having lost somebody who's been a constant grandmother nation, it's quite reassuring to have somebody who's also quite old and kind of very rather than a novice.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Somebody who doesn't have that same, almost like a paternalistic, sort of, like a right now.
The 1 week old Prime Minister as well.
Yes, exactly.
So,
I know.
it's, you know.
How does Richard feel about that?
That's quite incredible. What here? I saw him on Saturday morning. you know, you think, what's going on? It could have been him doing a reading at the funeral. So I think he's got quite enjoying being away from it all now, giving it all. And then possibly his next move.
See if she takes us to heaven. She does a good job.
It's got a different style of answering questions, isn't it?
I like the fact that
Yeah,
she's
it's all
prepared
very
to make
short and to the point.
Yeah. And that she's prepared to make some difficult, popular decisions.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the question of are they just follow through?
I suppose it's whether a cabinet would actually.
But hand-picked cabinet.
Yeah, but you know, like tracking the chances like that. But she grows, and so these more.
Yes. Yeah.
Throwaway comment like Stalinist top-down housing numbers, whatever it was. It's just.
How such a sort the nutrients issued out.
Yeah.
They've all said that.
I was in a meeting with Stantec up in Taunton, and one of your engineers there was complaining about a trust being elected because a couple of those wetland schemes that were in the embryonic stage have been put on hold. Because people funding them were saying, "Well, we're doing the wrong thing."
Yeah, because yeah.
So they're just having a little bit of time out
Yeah.
whilst they wait to see what comes, because if you're about to invest millions in a wetland scheme and then
Then suddenly
change,
tell us something
it's
else.
kind of like, well, you know, I think if you've got a trail that you're going to change it, then you need to
Yeah,
change it.
change. Yeah, otherwise you kind of
we're
stop.
We're
Same with the planning white paper. We've got people sort of they've
detailed planning for Staple Grove last week. But yeah, we
Right.
actually delivering on this.
James, do you want to tell me your go outside the room? And then just need a bit of time just to.
Hydro guys seem to come up with a solution that works. So the way the setting it onto our
The guys we spoke
yeah, so I'm trying to think how you met. It was somebody from our water side. It was something. Oh, I think it was. It was the phosphate. And Andy Jones. I think he met Andy. Andy's been on long-term sick. Basically, he's a mountain biker and he had a horrific mountain bike accident. He's been in and out of work for like 2 years. But Gemma Nels in his team, her and a few of our other colleagues, really sort of moved it on now. So but then as you say, what's Liz? I don't know what Liz Truss is going to do. She's just going to get them in a room and say, "Oh, come on." Or
The whole thing is
has she got a solution? She hasn't got a solution, has she?
She doesn't even understand the calculus.
Well, the mitigation is a joke because your mitigation is driven by your discharge. So if we're going through a treatment works, we are a project using glycerine, which is presently 1.2 milligrams per litre phosphate. So it's being improved by 24 to 0.8. Now, of course, our calculation is based on 0.8. We can't get anything built before the work's done, so we're doing against just saying. The government comes up and says, well, everyone's got 0.25, right, by 2030. So you say, well, okay, then the amount of phosphate we need is going to diminish, so it's coming out of the plant.
What your emission is.
So what are we mitigating against? It'd be like you doing a highway study, saying we need to allow for 100 movements.
Oh, really?
But then it will come down to 80 movements in a couple of years, and then it's 20 movements. Some years after that, you say, well, what am I?
Just moving the goalposts.
What am I designing then? You know, what
That's a classic thing.
you can end up mitigating for a level of impact that 2 years from then you don't have.
Somebody, I don't know if it's real or not, because I didn't ask any questions, but somebody in Herefordshire said that the issue there is around chicken.
Wye Valley.
Yeah.
Every time it rains, the phosphate load river goes through the roof.
So he's
Runoff from chicken farms.
he's looking to develop a AD plant that
See the housing
Take on
paper
chicken.
yesterday about Kent. And don't send it to you, didn't I?
Oh, if you did, I didn't see it.
There was Dover Council
with the support of natural image, concluded that the impact of phosphates in their area was negligible, and therefore they were going positive.
No, really? That hasn't been challenged by any.
No, with the support of natural
No, with the school. What?
image.
You're not going to get
They've done some
sunset
study.
there.
No, they've done a study and they were looking at the impact of new build on the issue. They concluded that there was an issue, but the question is, how was new build making it any worse? They concluded the impact was, too small to measure. So on that basis, there being no measurable impact, they said carry on.
Very good. Nice result. You get it.
I sent you a link to the article. It was in the.
Only got to put down and that's an undertaking.
Well, we were on our skimming stream. We're taking 25 kilograms of phosphate. We've got to mitigate 23 phosphate. So we brew is in our category. So we had to find, well, can we do a wetland scheme? Try and think about it anyway. So is there enough phosphate in brew to run a wetland scheme? Because we assumed the answer would be yes. Luckily for us, just upstream, there's a monitoring station which Wessex Water take measurements from. And the last set of measurements, there's over 40,000 kilos of phosphate annually, according to Wessex, going down to 40,000. So we're going to take 25 out of 40,000. And you think, well, what if that's going to happen? It's like, it's like it's not. You can't prove any impact.
Yeah.
Like your busy junction, you put one more car on it. It doesn't make it's not making it better, but does it make it noticeably worse? And it's kind of, nobody could tell the difference.
Imperceptible is my new favourite word at the moment in place of my reports. Exactly that.
That's a word of week.
Well,
I get a favourite every now and again.
Well, the presumption was that the levelling up boys would come out and say, we'll have a new tariff, and everyone will pay money that goes to water companies to improve works, and then you're off. It'll cost us money, it won't go away, but we'll have a operational solution. Did you get some lunch?
So I qualified into construction with procurement on the side, but at Keating they obviously have Charlie.
Yeah.
They could be led in
You have a good apprenticeship.
yeah. Well, I should have been doing this during my pupillage prior to me getting taken on as a tenant, but time-wise it didn't work out. So here I am, my first week as a tenant. Yeah.
Why construction?
Well, quite boringly and not very exciting. I'm good at contracts and talking, and I learned that throughout university, which is fundamentally what construction law is, with construction tax credit. So it suits me quite well, plus international travel.
So you'd be working locally?
Yeah. I'm off to Dubai next Friday. Paris again.
So obviously less than
Quite good for now.
it's right altogether.
Yeah, that way in Dubai.
Yes.
3 days in Paris. But it can be months.
Yeah.
Which is quite nice at the moment. Yeah. Starting out.
Wow.
Yeah.
As opposed to 3 days in Exeter.
Which is
Two
usually
at Glastonbury. One in Clacton and Sea. I can see the attraction.
I think Charlie is quite glamorous too. Going to different places. But travel can be not glamorous. But it's something different.
I know you must see a lot of airports and hotels.
Yeah.
You travel with universities and hotels.
Yeah.
Just takes you right in the
Yeah.
Just want to call asking and hotline asking if I get the advice just like the dungeon.
Yeah, not now because you get my head around, but yeah, after, yeah.
Quick work.
Yeah, we do solutions like this. Yeah. Yes, exactly, yeah. Yeah. Down that wall. You're running code and then running back, a bit of a slog, yes, that's.
All right. On your note on that access, just, we've got 2 landowners on this application. One of them is the owner who sold the first site for we reserve the connectivity right, so ransom so we don't need to go into, but we've got all the rights we need. TW will obligated to return to our boundary by Christmas this year. This Christmas. But you don't need that. Because the road's already built.
Up to the boundary.
Well, it's the base, yeah, it's the base. It's not where it is, but then they're on-site building, so they're not going to, they've already entered into a 38 agreement. So the road is suddenly 2 and 38. It comes to our boundary, so it doesn't even need the rights that we've done a few of that. Just all of us not many. You've got to do a note. That was talking about close play today. So
I'm going to do it this afternoon, because I'm not going to need to listen to the
design. Because you can do that over there. Everything else is based on UK legislation.
That's what I was going to do.
And you'll need design.
Giving in the input, you're stopping me. I was giving in the input, you're telling me to give in.
So yeah,
it's like the moose head, you know, all these hours. We've got the moose head over here. I'm doing it. I'll stop doing it to tell you I'm doing it.
I might, and then, but in, whilst it's part of the section 38, so it will be.
There's a section 38 goes to our boundary, so we wouldn't even need any rights, but we have them anyway.
But in advance of it being adopted, in advance of it being adopted, so let's just say, for instance, that, I mean, I know Stu.
They have, like, FIDIC and read the contract.
We've got the rights to make a connection. That's the
But
only
it comes with the.
You're going to stay here and listen to
So we could be arbitration.
So if you text me, if you need me, I'll
But just the arbitration.
I've got my laptop.
Yeah.
I'll email it.
And then we'll top and tape it.
But when you got that right next to that road down from the previous land, right connected to the developing obligation.
No, I don't.
You can if you try to go in.
Yeah, I stopped it.
Okay.
I wonder how much I travel.
It's the road adoption. Don't forget there's that central, we modified our rights. We didn't have a second connection for
you have to have a box.
the cycle path. But it wasn't going to be. And then when that box, then you turn that, put that into a wider code. Then required it.
It's very good. It's getting a cheap, easy check.
Now, we didn't have the rights to start, although it's likely we're obligated to take the road. They're not too long haul flights, aren't they? In the deal, they want to something else. We acquired the rights.
Yes.
So it's now just not one, there's one vehicle and pedestrian. The other one is just.
I'll draw something.
I can't wait.
Questions.
I've never played this.
It's not.
There is. No, I just need to write it.
Yeah, that's.
There's a few things. TW cycle. I'll draft something and say
Only one side.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've already chatting skeleton.
On there.
Yes.
I think it's good.
Where would you go?
Yeah. The council, it's best part of 24 hours, 20 hours run.
I don't believe it's. Everyone says that New Zealand is better than Australia.
The point that
There's just more diversity, there's a lot more TWC to go through and to see in New Zealand. I believe New Zealand's is more compact, but New Zealand's about the huge actually.
I've worked here, so I don't need to talk about his notes. I think it's all about.
Really? That's good.
I think you should, because it's not. Connectivity matter. And it says we're all on the same page.
Was I on that email? We went back on that.
Schedule this one.
Fly to New Zealand. We had there.
Forward it on.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I literally know. Everybody talks about it, but actually, it's.
Really?
Now the rubbish bag. Officially, yes, 28. It's a namesake. It's excellent. They've got an excellent Western estate.
Really?
But it's only particularly from England.
I haven't.
Got it. That's what we.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when your technician.
Yeah. That's like,
How's she getting on?
to be honest,
I can't download it. So I can't download it. What did you do? No, she sent it as a draft. I don't know.
like the cheapest place you can do it, try that.
What did you think of it?
I'm not gonna say care, I remember getting this was back in 2017. I copied it with my student. I thought it was okay. It's not,
Check out my
I'm just trying to,
Yeah, you might.
we stayed in a quite nice, like, bungalow, so I'm just going out. That's great.
You see whale sharks?
No, we saw black reef sharks.
What is this? We were supposed to.
In Koh Tao, in Thailand.
Oh, right, okay. I was going to go there.
I really?
Yeah.
It's definitely worth going for diving. The diving's great, the island itself is like,
I've got
it's more run down.
Yeah.
But Koh Tao's an
No, exactly. So if we had the park, Yeah, yeah. Again, I think you might get, I agree, yes, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
you can do a
you
bit
can,
of that Koh Tao.
engineer that.
There are sections you can go out to. Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, Thailand's great.
Yeah, I've never been.
You must go, yeah, definitely. But do some island.
Thailand's amazing.
Yeah.
I was in Thailand.
Which bit have you been to that you recommend?
The most remote and authentic areas is to the north, is Chiang Rai and Chiang Mai. So the further north you go, the further south you go, it gets more commercial around the bays. And Vietnam's supposed to be better.
Yeah, I've not been to Vietnam, but that's good.
Laos and Vietnam.
Yeah, Chiang Mai is really nice.
Is it?
Ho, it's like up there. It's really good.
But the north is far more remote. Okay.
You can get a sleeper train up, that's what from back up, yeah. It's kind of fun.
Or you can fly.
Or you can, but, you know, authentic, really, to get the authentic experience.
Internal flights are not expensive.
We used to fly Bangkok down to Phuket.
They got a tunnel system,
Yeah,
haven't they?
and that's how we got out.
We were going to do that, a couple of few months ago.
Yeah,
Good
fly
run.
down.
Then it was a high-speed ferry that took you out to
Yeah.
Coast
Yeah, there's, you can go from Krabi.
On the tube.
Phuket.
Yeah.
I can't really.
It's a car.
So Koh Samui, the island, so you go from Phuket, get a boat to Koh Samui, and then you can do like Krabi, Koh Tao, all of those
Have
islands.
you got Wi-Fi connection?
Please,
Yeah.
Oh, you must go, definitely.
I think I might even sort of commercial.
Yeah,
So
nice.
excellent public.
And the food is incredible.
Yeah,
Like 50 people had time. And the best ones are around the on the side of the
Andy Cook, hello. Leanne, hello.
Definitely is one of the best.
Inquiry. Yeah.
Not in Dubai, they're not to do it.
No. Is that a thing out there?
Well, it's coastal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just called.
I always think
It's just called Mars.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, Jordan is meant to be really pristine, actually.
I think it'll be down to, you can get to the Red Sea.
It's, yeah.
Okay. Best time I've ever done is shark.
Wow. Oh, really?
Shark now.
That's brown one, and then there's those. So we're not supposed to interfere with design.
Yeah.
Well, you're not meant to.
But jumble there, it's literally, I haven't seen it. Yeah. As soon as it was a shark.
Really?
They're essentially smell.
What sharks did you see?
We saw the bronze whales, usual reef sharks.
Yeah.
Nice friendly reef sharks. A couple of others I can't remember. The biggest one was about.
What?
And that's.
I want to be in South Africa.
You want to
I
go
really
to
want.
cage?
I do want to do a cage dive.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I can do it.
Yeah.
You've seen some of the YouTube
Yeah.
fails on that, where
Well-
they chew through the cage falls to bits, and
Yeah.
But the like the ones you see in the films where they chuck the cage down, the cage down. I wouldn't do that one. I just do the one at the back of the boat where you still have this. You can still come up.
yeah, there's a good YouTube there where the shark rams it and ends up going over the top and into the cage with the dive.
That happened, it must be a baby, so it's not going to worry about it.
Yeah, it was a very angry baby. It was like a 2 meter angry shark.
Playing
They are
this.
amazing.
Yeah, I just want to see one.
Yeah. We were just had to run
So do I.
on the floor
Yeah.
and not move.
I've been to South Africa, I've been surfing
Just
there,
let
but
them
didn't go out, didn't see a great white.
You're disappointed about that.
Yeah, I feel I've missed out. I think I need to see a great white.
I've seen a few planes.
Yeah.
So that's scary.
Yeah, Oh, sick. Yeah.
I want to know what
Thing is, they're more scared about.
scientists about
That's why
habitats and affordable housing.
generally.
Saw the email from there, which is
British.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see that.
It makes
Was
the
that
point
Carl
you
Day
make
or something?
which is that
10 miles off.
Yeah. I
because still is viability
Yeah.
tested. There's no suggestion that still meets all
Oh, did they?
structure. It's a
Oh,
sum of
really?
money
Yeah.
that the city council.
I didn't know that.
And he makes.
I went to St. Ives last year. I would have done that.
Top slice of the habitats. It's only just there was a good point. I mean, I think it's only a shame because it's kind of top slice.
Yeah.
There will always be habitats. The neighbourhood guide to other
Yeah.
things, but there will always be habitats.
That's what they said.
Yeah.
Which he said to Charlie, Charlie replied to him already in the middle of Bristol, so that the chief showing that he can like.
Yeah.
You know,
I think he's always.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, he just still agrees with it, but Charlie replied saying he still wants the section 106 amended. Yeah. Just which is why I.
Could have been worse.
Why-
Could have been
Oh, it could have been much
Simon, because
And she
Simon,
didn't blame
through
the shark.
Tim was saying he had a solution, or
Shark.
possible solution. So the city won't want, they
Well,
might,
yeah.
might be causing us a problem, but they don't want to find all their planning decisions are
they're so entitled.
at risk.
I love
Yeah.
seeing
So they may be about to say,
I still want to see the way
we've got it sorted. And if
That's
the
why
vet
I'm-
accepts that, then we've got to muck around with
that's why
our
we work.
Yeah.
106.
True.
But I think all the section was
So it was
Yeah.
all points.
they all went off.
Yeah. I've never been to Seychelles.
So we've
That's
got
the
to do
two.
what they want to do is
Yeah.
say.
That's the Caribbean.
Very confused about
That's
it.
innovation. Well, I think, but there are only a few
Lots of rashes yesterday there,
English
English short as well.
where they congregate.
Really?
Moldy, amazing.
Yeah. My parents have been, but they don't die.
Probably you need an office for morning.
You can just see it.
You've got resident, this is my version.
Really? No. I would quite like to. Some of the barristers will go to the Maldives and stuff for a month. Yeah.
I went to two places, I've been to Cuban books for some.
That's the goal.
Any more walk through us, it always you can leave.
Yeah.
It was all very, it's very, you know,
I think my parents weren't
Yeah.
the biggest fans of
I'm going to be seen.
it. They found it quite, not boring, but because they didn't
Well,
take my sister or me or my
So
brother.
it should,
And it was like, they actually found it quite
I
boring.
emailed this morning,
Yeah,
Richard's Harrison
Yeah.
at TW.
quite
So
desolate.
keeping it on site.
It's just a
TW
hotel.
site.
They're not really that, but they went because everyone was like, oh, you must go.
He said, go out and say, no problem, so Friday, if they can't do call or site manager again, from them,
No, yeah, I see that.
Arrival,
Yeah.
building, then
I think I would have had to live down.
So
a ridiculousness too long trial, and then just need to go and assess. Yeah.
Just needs to give half the hour. They'll give him whatever PPE he needs and he can go where he wants.
I went,
You get that one day.
Yeah.
And that is no one comes to our boundary.
have you got any holidays
So you shouldn't
planned?
get too
Yeah.
confused.
No.
And it's built,
Yeah.
it's not blacked off,
Yeah.
but it's
It's built.
built.
Next year, probably go to the resorts.
Is that, it's meant to be Portugal. Yeah, nice. It's meant to be really pretty. I've only ever been to the Algarve. But that was pretty.
Yeah, I sent you the dates on the email.
But
You
again,
were asking for it. That shows it.
Really? That's amazing.
It does have something missing on the page here and there.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I think it's.
Yeah, that's
it.
When it came to that, level planning.
Yeah.
That, she had.
Yeah, we went to go to the page. It was missing.
Maybe.
That's what everyone does.
Yeah.
We measure it many ways. We're not online enough. We measure the
Well,
inspection
exactly.
for documents here.
Yeah.
Everybody looked.
To do all that.
Yeah, they don't, do they?
Yeah,
They
no,
it's
it's true. Like that's good to have.
But it is,
Yeah.
it's the culture, it's the culture.
Yeah.
Page.
Yeah, exactly.
Global talent.
Times the volcano.
Yeah. We had that put the training, she was.
Yeah, exactly.
She's right. She had to work.
Yeah, exactly.
Your page is missing here, there, and there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it all depends on what trials I
Got this back.
No, I was thinking actually, I'm going to stay in here and write my note.
because I feel like in the early years.
You got your one.
Have you got one?
No, I was going to
You
go.
just gotta go with it.
I don't have the need.
That little pod, I think, is going to get hot, so.
I would say that,
Probably do something less instructive.
right.
I went to Montenegro this year. and
I
that was
can't
so
afford it.
But only been to Croatia. So
You're not?
Croatia's lovely.
Somebody's
I've been to
went
Spain
back.
and Montenegro.
Somebody else got it, is it?
Yeah, because it's about 10 years behind Croatia. Like I said, but it's still like cheap. It's more expensive.
Jerry has
It's not as touristy. In fact, we were the only
signed
enough village we were staying in. We know other British people.
Charlie.
So it does feel like you're on a holiday. Yeah, definitely worth it.
yes.
But
Petra.
It's too big.
Petra. P-E-T-R. Very pretty. And not as commercial as Petra.
it's not
Yeah. It's my second time now, so
Yeah.
it is lovely.
Looking forward to my wife, she's trying to swim because of that.
Oh, great. That's so cool.
This is sort of 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, you should definitely do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's on the snow. I've seen them get loads of snow. We go skiing.
It's meant to be so cool
There it
though.
is now.
It is completely different.
You reckon?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just watching the David Attenborough, you know, it makes me want to go.
Frozen Planet 2.
Exactly, yeah. 100%.
That might be sort of.
Yeah.
She said she doesn't know- it's now
I think
we
that's
know
so
what,
cool. Yeah. Not many people can say that
applications
you're
are
going to
applications to show on the plan.
or unfolding.
She's going to trip with it. She's going to get an opportunity to camp on that.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
They give you the 10.
Yeah, and you've got to like set it on. You've got to do
Yeah, that's what I did. That was 12 and 46.
that. You have to train for it as well,
The plan
don't
you
you?
sent
I
through.
think.
So now there's connections back. It's at the background is
Yeah, yeah.
Google Earth.
Well, that's
Is that right?
Yeah.
There were options like that.
really
Oh,
yeah.
so cool.
Uh,
Oh, wow. That's
is
so
that we have
cool.
to do the extent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you do the whole thing on the back.
Yeah, you can do that extent.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
well,
never been
I think we're happy with that extent.
I'd also like to be to Shattuck.
Have you got the,
No, it's true. It's
Yeah.
got the mapping
Yeah.
for
I
the
know.
local plan, the whole
Really want to
strategy
do
plan, that Sarah sent through?
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many places that you just
Yeah.
relax, 100 step.
Too easy to get Spain going through. Something like that.
I know, it's pretty cheap though nowadays to
Yeah.
get to Spain, but it is to go up to Shetland.
Oh, that's still, so to the, your
We
outbox.
need, we need this against the local plan. I think it's Utah.
Communicate, I've done it to my personal address, just in case that's what's.
We need to copy it. Things like that. You know, try and test it or work when it Wi-Fi doesn't.
Is that by email?
Yeah.
Are you able to, so do you have a, like, you or Sarah will send me the.
Exactly the same.
the, plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's got some.
I don't have the same class as him because he's got
He's got any vision.
he's got Don Woodbridge. Yeah, that's his name now.
Yeah.
Mine's like William Churchill.
So your page, right? Sorry? I'll say that.
Yeah.
Wi-Fi calling, bing.
Do you pay that?
Hi, so
Yeah.
you did send over CD10 as well as the core strategy.
So anything
Yeah.
that comes in.
Yep. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Get the
Bye.
Checking. Bye.
Just checking with Sarah, so you share.
So we, yes. there's
Have you got
three
your
teams,
mobile? Can you tell me
junior,
from mobile to
senior,
mobile?
junior,
We're transferred through
there's three in each
Teams.
team who are actually.
I'll let you work
we've
it out.
just
Bob.
recruited three.
You want to copy anything there?
I might do that. Let me go.
You could wait another half an hour while you try and prove technology works.
Let me load my laptop up and set myself up.
Yeah, very ancient.
By the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
People who don't have exposure to it, it's really hard to explain. So it's almost a collective.
It's well checked.
If you were,
It's very interesting.
if you were a bricklayer, the HMRC would say you were.
I'm not sure it does actually.
Yeah.
They would say you were. So you
Try again.
No, it's true.
We're not really worried about that.
One of my friends just got a job. Just the enemy now.
We do all our accounting online these days. You have to submit it online. And if you're sort of 10 seconds late, you get fined. You know, it's all, and if they're 10 seconds late, it doesn't matter. They take forever to respond to you, that's fine. You take any time to respond to them, you're in trouble. So it's a very early. I'm only on quarterly basis, so they have to on monthly, in monthly accounting for VAT and so forth. So, you know, deadline. It's just it's like, yeah. And it's all, you can't buy anything, everything's got to so you've got to buy software.
What do you use? Zero?
No, we didn't. So with the, I forget, I've got two. One's a stage essentials, which is an accounts package. And another one is just a payroll package, which is a payroll package sends all the information to HMRC and draws down what it needs to do in terms of deductions. So you can just put in your employee details and wages, what have you, and then it tells you how much tax. And then after to deduct, you just deduct what you're told to deduct, print it out, you just make those payments. If any of your employees have got an issue about their tax, they just go to HMRC and I'll write it. And the software just tells HMRC who's got what, and then you get a piece of paper to say, pay this amount into this account by this date, and the rest will come around and make sense.
You put an equivalent, pay you back.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've got it shut a few times because I pay my HMRC by tax, pay it early all the time.
Yeah.
So as soon as you see it, just pay it.
Yeah.
And then you get in trouble because it's not the right payment period.
Oh, yes.
So you pay them, and the thing that they look at the accounts and goes, you've automated that, you haven't paid your tax, and you say, I have, but you paid for that period. So they're looking in that timeline for the payment, because it came a day before. They say, well, you haven't paid, you say, I have. They say, oh, yeah, sorry, no problem.
sounds like a terrible.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I really got yes, it's my birthday, so.
You must be
Yesterday was
surrounded.
your birthday.
You must be surrounded by people who know what to do, so you must be.
Yeah,
Must
although
be
you,
advice everywhere.
you speak to accountants and change can't give you financial advice. You have to have your own accountant. That's the only thing that we
Yeah,
outsource.
you're not asking for financial advice, you're saying how they do it.
Yeah, they won't keep it. They're like, you just need to get an accountant. Bar VAT, they do help with VAT.
So that's good. So it's probably one of those companies.
Yeah, so when you came back, that's in itself. Yeah. I think now you can claim receipts. That used to be the case because 6 plus is your day wear.
So there are all sorts of account.
Yeah, I guess so.
There's not a great deal.
If you're in a specialist, so no one showed up, I know 3 guys, so this is what 10, 15, so
If you're import export, yeah, you can get very precise. If you're not working in the UK, if you're traveling to
Yeah.
for your questions. So, just after 2:30, so we will reconvene. Before we go any further, are there any updates in relation to the discussion we had this morning about various documents?
So I start with the plan of applications. Where we've got to is this, as I understand the position, the appellants would very much like us to take out those developments that we've indicated on the plan that are unconnected with housing. So anything which might be urbanising, we did, the appellants would rather come out. The appellants would also like us to remove our standards and with reference to site facility planning applications. Like the draft allocations we think are regulation 18 constitution draft 18 there. I don't have a particular problem with taking out non-residential conditions. That's fine. So far as residential applications are concerned, we're not particularly keen, quite frankly, to indicate the indication of regulatory draft applications. And then it's if really want to fancy draft applications, long and short is there's agreement. Maybe I've got that wrong, but I'm correct.
Let's continue. So if we have time for one more, then might be close to it. So what I prefer to do rather than debate it now is carry on that discussion. I'll start the observation, see if we can get to a stage of one point. We either have agreement or potentially have two different versions.
I think what I was going to suggest is that we cut things short. It was much quicker just have two different versions. Because quite frankly, by the time we finish talking about this, it will be tomorrow. And the other problem I've got is that the office that produces planning policy officer doesn't seem to be around. So it's been quite difficult to muck about. Now I'm very happy to be told that anything I've got on here is wrong. I don't think it is. If it suggests that I might have done things on, I'm very happy to have that put to my witness. It suggests, for example, that we're misrepresenting futures it might be, or overrepresenting that's fine. It just strikes me so that we're not going to two versions of policy, and many of them feel like persistent by seeing what has been in terms of residential applications. This is by residential. And you can do all of it.
Yeah, thank you.
So now I object to going in that because I haven't had a fair chance to consider it to see the discussion of it. Not official, so that's happened. We wanted to see if we agree on that. So I object to going in now. I'd like to continue the discussions between now and modelling. And if we can't agree about modelling, we may have to look to two meeting versions.
Okay, just to try and streamline as best as I possibly can, what would help me is where references have been made in the evidence to appeal decisions, other developments, things that we touched upon earlier through Chris Scott's evidence, where those schemes have been mentioned, just for me to understand where they are in the plans.
And make them
So, sorry, it may be helpful if you have a look at CE10, which is a plan of development consent. So there's a table associated with that, which then gives a breakdown on those permissions. What we're trying to do was really pull the two things together, and if I could try and sort that, but in the interim, you'll see that, say, on CD10B is the Newport strategic allocation from the core strategy, for example.
So you see the table after the party tells you what's what. So
thank you. That's actually really quite helpful in the interim period. And if nothing else comes to me, then that is really quite a helpful document. So if you can agree to something, then great. If not, then I think this is quite cool, that actually. Thank you for that.
Yeah, because if there's anything else that needs challenging with the service,
Yeah, so continue discussions in the interim. I'll to some extent rely on this plan and happy for these references as we go along as well. Was there anything else we were going to pick up earlier this afternoon? The only other outstanding question, I think, more probably later on today, was about the room availability tomorrow. I think the council is going to check about the availability deadline. If you've not done that, that's fine, but if you could try and give me an answer, preferably today, but obviously tomorrow morning, if it's absolutely necessary, today would be more helpful. And just one more observation, I haven't tuned into the stream online, but I'm led to believe that it continues through breaks from Germans, so just to make you aware of that if you're in the room. I won't be in the room during the Germans, just to make put it out, people who might be on their breaks, etc. And conversations might be.
Well, there has been complaints we've got the case because I'm very confident and that means people who have been watching the live stream can't hear all the slides.
Thank you, that's good advice, Mr. Leader. So if everybody could try and remember, and I will try and look out for people when they speak, just put the microphone on. I think that means obviously the camera can pick up conversations. I suspect without the microphone, it's very difficult to hear on the live stream. So that leaves us to, unless Mr. Leader, is there anything else I need to pick up from this morning? I think we covered. So it's over to Mr. Banner, if you'd like.
The solution is to put a folder if you put a book or something under the thing, it seems to
What about that? Yeah, okay, let's try that.
Right.
Sorry. That's why.
Lighting solution.
Okay, let's try that, and if anybody can play this on YouTube, we need to let me know. We start these with core strategy. We go to core document 8. We first go to text sequence 16, which is on page 59. And hopefully you have up there.
Thank you.
And we see that in the third bullet halfway down, the strategic gap is expressed to be between Topsham and Exeter.
That's correct. Yes.
It's not between Topsham and the M5, is it? It's Topsham and Exeter.
In that point, it says Topsham and Exeter, and it's in Clyst study articulates for area 21, or zone 21, Topsham.
Well, zone 21 lies in Topsham and M5, but in terms of development and policy provision, the strategic gap is expressed to be a gap between Topsham and Exeter, not a gap between Topsham and the M5. That's correct.
Correct.
We then go to 1038 of the supporting text, which is hard copy page 59 PDF 57. If you're on a PDF, it just might help if you can span 2 pages. You've got 1037 and 1038. So now, firstly, I think we agreed, aren't we, that 10.38 tells us the objectives of CP16 in relation to the Topsham gap.
Yes.
And the objectives relate to 2 things: prevention of coalescence,
Yes.
and also protecting Topsham traffic safety.
Yes.
And we heard from Mr. Neil some of the council's case, as articulated through you, relates to coalescence, not protecting Topsham traffic safety.
Correct.
And by coalescence, again, I think we're agreed on this, that the function of preventing coalescence is about ensuring that the two settlements maintain a separate identity. Right? And that firstly. And secondly, that they remain, in fact, two separate settlements. So they're perceived two separate settlements, and they are two separate settlements. That's the purpose of preventing coalescence.
Yes.
Now, at the end of your evidence in chief, you asked why would the remaining gap post-development, what you characterise as 110 metres, accept that, you characterise that. Why would that be insufficient? And your words were because it might physically be a gap, but it's not perceived as a sufficient gap in strategic role to function. Do you remember saying that?
I do, yes.
And to understand that evidence, you must know that the strategic role to function, by that you mean the strategic role of preventing coalescence, namely the strategic role of ensuring the two settlements keep their separate identities and remain back to separate settlements. That's what we're talking about.
Yes.
Therefore, a key question for the inspector is going to be, if not the key question on this issue of coalescence, is would post-development Topsham and Exeter retain their separate identity, or would they remain two separate settlements? That's the key question.
That is one of the key questions.
So that's the key question, because that's what coalescence, that's the function of coalescence. Coalescence is the council's only point. So that's really the key, overarching question we can agree is, would Topsham and Exeter maintain their separate identities, or would they remain two separate settlements? That's the key question.
Yes.
Okay. We'll come back and look at that in the context of the evidence and coalescence actually key litmus test in a few moments. But before we do, a few other introduction questions. You took to the local plan supporting text, the visual local plan, supporting text LS1. Strictly speaking, it's right that the supporting text wasn't the same. I don't plan to describe it. The bold text was the same. Supporting text is the same. If you don't know, you have to throw that to the
If you don't mind, I will defer that to
very well. Okay. That's what I have to say about that. And in terms of the application, is it your view that any significant residential development in what we possibly related to Topsham Gap will conflict
any significant
residential development
residential
in the Topsham Gap?
I've looked at this site on its own merits, but I think that's a fair, I think I would say yes to that any significant but I've been looking, really what I've looked at is the section of the gap and the functional gap relating to this.
Understood. Thank you, sir. I'm not going to ask you about the interpretation of secrecy more planning and insufficient. That's how,
Thank you.
yeah, that's how you do it. Turning then to, I hope the issue we're not in disagreement with, we're common ground, isn't it now, that the Topsham gap, including this part of it, is not protected for its landscape value and is below landscape closure.
No, it's valuable and accessible.
So no, is it? You agree with me? in other words?
It's well, it's
Yeah.
functional, well,
It's not a valid landscape.
no.
And you said it in your consultation response, paragraph 82 of the site, inherently sensitive. Naturally, then that may be the case now. So if we go to framework, can we go to paragraph 174 framework?
So, do you,
I'm not sure if framework is actually in the core document.
may well have a
That's
copy
slightly
of
been
it?
that it is that.
Why don't you
But
buy-
understand we all want it somewhere.
Apologies.
That's okay.
Do you want to say that?
Do you mind?
I was going to say, it's a spare copy. Oh, thank you.
Just looking at it. I'll have it back in a minute.
So I'm not asking questions about planning, but just in
Oh,
terms
page
of,
50.
page 50 of the framework, paragraph 174.
I had it on 174.
We did,
You know that document?
actually, I'll use this copy, thank you.
So in terms of understanding where the landscape, your evidence fits within the framework,
Yeah.
policy, deciding these refusal, we're not in 174A, are we? This is the back landscape case.
No.
And it's clear in terms of we're not undeveloped coast, we're not C, net gains is provided for, we're not E or F. So the only other candidate for 174 is 174B.
Yes, and I just want to have one moment just to get it. Sorry, when you said framework, I was thinking the end here.
Sure.
It was just mine, so I.
That means I can have mine
You
back.
can have your own back, yours back, I'm sorry about that. If you just want me to go to 174.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
So
Just sorry, can you just give me a moment?
It's, yes, fine, just take
Thank you.
time.
So, so yes,
the question, but in terms of where we are, I think we can agree we're definitely not in A, we're definitely not a C, D, E, or F case. And so we therefore need to consider B. I could ask a question about the amendment, but you agree with we can ignore for present purposes A, C, D, E, and F.
so,
I've answered it, then give the qualification.
well,
Yes.
so, yeah, well. So, when it says in paragraph, sorry, under paragraph A,
Doesn't answer value landscape, we agree.
exactly.
So therefore, that's the point.
Yeah,
So
and
A
B,
doesn't apply.
the-
B, I will come back to B. I want to deal with
Yes.
those ones first.
C maintains kind no, obviously not coast. Net gain, that's not need to establish. Coast. Preventing new and existing development from contributing to the vehicles on coast. No, that. And no. So yes, you're right. It's
So B or nothing.
feel, yeah, yes.
And in the context of B, we agreed ideas for selling multiple places, your consultation response to the office report, development plan, supporting technical itself. The site has low intrinsic landscape value. So in terms of B, 174B calls it sort of recognise intrinsic character of the countryside. But we know that the appeal side scores low in that respect, doesn't it? Because it has low intrinsic landscape value. So,
Yeah.
so far as 174B goes, the site scores low. That's correct.
On the intrinsic value, yes.
Yeah. So 174B is the only, just very clear on this, 174B is the only part of 174 that's relevant and the site scores low in relation to it. So the answer to that question is yes.
Yes.
174 doesn't actually, again, if you go at any stage of studying the plan, please do say,
Yeah.
that as you give me evidence, 174 itself doesn't actually concern coalescence, does it?
Doesn't it?
I don't know the art and so on. You talked at the time in your sheet about loss of rurality and similar considerations, but in themselves they are part of the council's case, aren't they? The council's case is about coalescence. As we've agreed, coalescence is about maintaining separate identity in two separate places. So loss of rurality, per se, is not part of it.
The part of the objection is that this is what maintains the setting that prevents coalescence is the presence of open landscape. Yeah, open landscape that it has a rural land use. So I think it is its rurality that is a different way of expressing open countryside.
In the context of the overall guiding consideration being to maintain the separate identity to make sure that it's that's the overall guiding consideration.
Keeps them separate is that tract of open countryside, which is not urban, so therefore it is rural.
That's your position. We'll come back to that with you and coalescence in that way. We agreed that the site isn't part of the Topsham tract of second, but in terms of understanding what is, it felt by Mr. Ball to just go there for not the 16. What is the settlement option is special. Could you go please to CD 16?
Yes.
And the inspector there talks in the first sentence of 15, Topsham's strong separate identity comes mostly from its history, its old buildings, its streets, its waterside settings, its community spirit. I take it you don't disagree with that observation.
No, I don't disagree. But it goes on, if I can clarify that, the next sentence says, the relatively flat fields which the field site was, obviously, this field site was of the western fringe of the town, so town was sort of eastern fringe of the town, so there's a slight difference. It says those fields contribute to its sense of separation.
But go back to the first sentence. The principal factors, the strong settlement comes mostly from the principal contributors, the strong settlement, maybe some secondary contributors, but the principal one.
So that's the setting and identity, but it's not separate. It's separate. Separate identity comes mostly from.
Yes,
it's unique identity, but yes, it's separate.
Yes.
Yes, I'm happy with that.
And none of the factors referred to in that first sentence as the principal contributors to strong settlement, none of those factors are affected by the PhD cover.
I would say no, but I'll qualify it by saying there obviously is a sense of community spirit that is coming into this in terms of the public perception of what the gap is, because there were a large number of responses to this application. So I can agree with the physical things, the streets, the small setting, but obviously it's community spirit is not something that I can discount here.
But obviously agreed on with no allegation of impact of the centre conservation area.
No, no.
There's no visual link, is there, between the appeal site and the areas referred to in paragraph 15 of the Exeter Board, such as the old building, the streets, the subsection, the historic form, no visual link.
No, there's no visual.
I wanted to ask you about the second part of the clarification provided earlier, provides the getting back into the coalescence issue, remembering that guiding question would agree whether Topsham and Exeter maintain their central identity remain two separate key questions. Going back, if you can, to Inspector Ward's observation of the DL 15, paragraph 15. You note both 15 and 16, particularly 16 halfway down, that the M5 forms a very strong boundary between Topsham and Exeter. And again, factually, that's right.
Yes.
And goes on to say, at 17, that in that case, the developer will reduce the width of the gap. So, yes, there will be a reduction in the width. The large amount of vacant land will come back to what that is. And then this next sentence says this: enough openness will remain to provide a more than adequate appreciation. I'll read in 1 second before entering into another. And that's the key aspect of this finding in that paragraph. It wouldn't be contribution to coalescence, but it would be an adequate appreciation, more than adequate appreciation. And leaving 1 second before entering another. That's why he felt it wasn't coalescence.
Yes.
And that is a valid approach, isn't it, to take coalescence limit CP16, considering whether there is accordance with CP16 in relation to coalescence. That's a valid approach to ask yourself, would there be adequate appreciation of leaving 1 second?
Yes.
Could you then, very Matthew and I, take up 2 documents? Firstly, it's the sequence planning paragraph number 3.52, and then Mr. Cook's appendix 8.
Can I borrow these seasons from someone? Apologies, I haven't got the printed version.
Sure, it's something you can't borrow from me. Anybody else?
Yeah, apologies. I'm not using a computer at the moment. Mine's when Thank you. I won't write it.
Sorry, Mr. Bannon, can you repeat the reference?
Yes, so season planning group 3.52, and then Cook appendix 8.
Yeah, I got appendix
There should be a different,
Yeah.
and it should be different than the
Yes.
framework plan.
Yes.
And being what to do, it should start how that's not good. So,
You just give me more.
sure.
Okay.
So, there was some, at least on one reading of your proof, there was some suggestion that following the appeal scheme, there would be nothing left. I agree with the appeal scheme and those were enough left in zone 21. And we decided to make the case elsewhere. Immediately to what you will be agreeing gap. I understand you said you were 110 meters.
That's correct. There would be involved so that the council boundary runs along the side boundary and then east of that is to the north and south.
So 110 meters, have you measured that to the northernmost part of the appeal site, or have you measured it to where you estimate the northernmost dwelling?
I measured it to the boundary, because this is just an outline. We don't know where it could be.
So you measured effectively to the edge of the appeal site, to the red line.
Yeah.
And you, obviously, being an outline application, it would be layered to it.
Yes.
And it clearly was enough scope for there to be setback from the boundary, including if necessary, to the appropriate new planting. It simply makes that point. The framework that illustrates it, that it is correct, isn't it? It would be subject to section to preserve matters and potential conditions. Subject to that, it would be possible in principle for the council to ensure a degree of setback from the red line.
Yes, but I'll qualify that we don't have, this is just purely an outline. We have no details. There's nothing there. But so you can, it can go both ways. So you can't make any assumptions.
Well, what you can do is proceed on the basis of what the council is capable of securing. Obviously, whether the council does secure something, that's in its hands at that stage. But would you, I think you can agree, can't we, that it would be possible in principle for the council, if it considers appropriate to observe at the stage, to require a setback from the red line to allow for ed planting and a degree of setback. That is a actually provide for observe at the stage.
Yes, it is something they could do, but we don't have that in front of us. And by granting permission for outline, the suggestion is, the input is that development is expected on the site, on the parts of the site, because there would be nothing at that outline stage. That's my answer.
Okay, that's how you understood it. That's wrong, because landscape is observed that the council would have within its gift and indeed the layout the ability to require what it considers to be an appropriate there, appropriate landscape. The council considers it appropriate for a northern boundary to be landscape, having plant, etc. Insisting on that. We appreciate that.
I think it's all right, because that is such a reserve matters planning matter. I'm going to defer that over
Well, I'm
to
not, I don't, sorry,
I think
I don't
that
understand
you
how you approached it.
well, the approach, it is, all we have is red line. We have nothing more. This is just a concept matter. There's nothing from this that can be taken away. And that, so, my view is at the moment, this plan, if you were to go by this plan, this shows housing up to within probably 15 metres of that boundary. approximately. So, but it is just an outline, and so I don't think we can make those assumptions that this is what will be developed or anything will be developed.
What could happen? I'm going to push this a bit because I do need to understand how you approach it. I don't think that you approach your landscape assessment of this scheme on the basis that the appellant could permissions granted and the appellant could insist on housing literally right up to the very back without any landscape. Nothing has to do with that. You're not approaching that.
So
You're not approaching first. You're not approaching that.
no, the way I've approached it is to look at what was developed on the Taylor Wembley site, which has a development close up to the boundary. So I think what has been developed before is what I looked at in terms of comparison.
That's just follow reserve matters as well.
That's true.
So, when you said 50 meters, can we agree? Can we agree in that the council would be able at the reserve matters stage, if it considered it appropriate to acquire 15 meter or thereabouts setback from that? If it don't do that, because they automatically we agree that.
Yes.
And that would mean, if that was the case, that the gap of the minimum height would be 125.
Yes. But if I put, I still don't think that, I think that that wouldn't make enough of a difference for the perception.
Yeah, I understand.
Of the function to an aim.
And again, that function, again, in terms of what you mean by that, that you mean the 125 meters wouldn't be enough to ensure that the two settlements that retain their separate identity and would be two separate settlements.
Yes.
Okay, well, bearing that in mind, can we then go to the sequence of buttons which are then cooked? Thank you. And it's the possibility.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to ask to borrow a hard copy. That's
Appendix 3. And this is on the question of whether 125 meters be sufficient to maintain separate identity and to avoid two settlements being coming off. Appendix 3, but it should be considered by section 91, page 19. Appreciate that we can take it for go too fast.
Obviously, I'm not familiar with
No, I understand.
this site in West Sussex.
Have you read that decision?
I haven't read this decision.
Well, so we'll take this. You don't, I'm not asking you to decide which one brings back the decision. So if we go page, it's 100 range, so say present. In outline case, character appearance starts at page 3. And you see a paragraph 8, the appeal site is named as Howard Field. It's all about the paragraph. And paragraph 10, 5 lines bottom is noted that the site lies between the traditional small settlement of Burnley and the larger suburban settlement of Bath. You see that? So it's a field that lies between two settlements, Burnley, which will actually have conservation areas, historic settlement, and the suburban settlement of Bath. See that? So in paragraph 11, so you've got two large fields between the two settlements, one historic, one suburban. Paragraph 11 was identified as a landscape capacity study as being in a zone, one or much of which developed. So, start to notice how that's here. There was a wide area.
Can I
Can I ask a question first?
Yeah, yes.
So, much of that zone had been developed, and then it's identified in the later landscape capacity study the appeal site as the last remaining piece of that zone, or the historic context. Note that, and then I'll ask next passage to go in mind, then the question becomes what's going to take the context. Once you go to that in the same paragraph, you'll see this reference to an objective, identified objective of avoiding all coalescence of those two separate fractures. Key context point out of the field between the two settlements, one historic, one suburban, within an area that the zone number had seen quite a lot of development, the last piece, and the context of the desire to avoid coalescence. That's the context.
Yes.
Okay. Then we go to paragraph 13. We see one of the main reasons the council is confused in that case was the appeal site comprises the last remaining undeveloped field of green space between the current eastern boundary of Backlesham and the west edge of Earth. That was the chief reason for paragraph 13. And you see over the page that the reason why the council was concerned about that was considered that it was vital to retain the undeveloped nature of the site in order to maintain the separate identities of Backlesham and Ernley, which had contrasting characters. So we of course there we can see straight away similar considerations in the present case. Yeah, got that? Yeah. Then there's reference to the fact that it wasn't designated the gap, but there as we'll see that policy issue wasn't the basis in which it was expected to determine this issue. Paragraph 50, last sentence. Currently, is separated about 325 metres between the centre of the western bank and site conservation area. So, and then paragraph 16, you see this, that post-development there will be a separation distance of 120 metres between the edge of the proposed development and the edge of Earth. No, you and I agree that the 125 metres in the present case. Do you see that? Paragraph 6, the separation distance is 120 metres. And then we see that the spec set at 17, the proposal would replace the development boundary of Backlesham, bring it forward to a new development boundary. There will be result in loss of openness to the current arable field, albeit with the additional hedgerows and tree planting, that present case. But there would be a noticeable area, and that's 120 metres. Noticeable area that wouldn't have the development on it. And then it goes on to say there would be still retaining a significant separation distance. And that's the, do say it can become mischaracterized in what this decision say. That's 120 metres. So noticeable area of land that wouldn't have the development, significant separation distance of 120 metres. And then for those reasons, the proposal will continue to separate the two settlements by an area of undeveloped land. And then paragraph 19, I'm satisfied with the perception that the gap between the settlements will remain when travelling along the road. So just pausing there. First, we can agree that nothing in the effective decision turned upon whether it mattered that this was designated as the gap, opposed to you don't have to take consideration. The approach is on the basis of would you or wouldn't you be coalescent. That's clear.
can. If I just go back to paragraph 11.
Yep.
It says the landscape capacity study in March
Yep.
19, which has been prepared the other law, includes the sub-area 144, which I assume is the area we're talking about, continues to have a high capacity.
Yep.
So in this scenario, we have different landscape capacity studies and different conclusions. So that alone, obviously each landscape needs to be taken in on its own merits. So,
of course. But to be fair though, when we look at the inspector's findings, that doesn't feature in his decision making, does it? Well, he doesn't look at it, well, there's X amount of capacity identified in the study, nor does he identify one in terms of specific policy. He simply says, as a matter of fact, paragraph 19, the perception of a gap would remain wider than remain because see the reasons above, there will be a significant separation distance and noticeably at land, i.e. So his reasoning is not based on the study, his reasoning is based on his own findings.
his reasoning is based on his own findings. And if we go back to paragraph 9, he says there are existing public rights of way along these mangrove cover on the South Boundary. These are screened from the site by dense vegetation that includes both hedgerows and trees. So it all has to be on a site-by-site basis. He's taken the context in terms of the physical context, and he's taken the context of a landscape capacity study that says this land has got high capacity. So that's all I can draw from it.
Right. Well, I mean, have you read 16 to 19?
I have read 16 to 19.
And that's the opposite part of his decision, isn't it?
It's a part of his decision, but the decision in relation to character codes obviously goes from 8 through to 19. So it takes in all of those factors.
Yes. And the critical reasoning is for the above reasons at 18. The above reasons, first of all, talks about context. And the critical reason, 17, retain a noticeable area of land that does not have wood developed on it, retain a significant separation distance. Now, those are plainly references to the separation distance of 100 meters. They're only references to that.
They are, yes, but the context is all of the preceding paragraphs, not just the one above. It's not just paragraph 16 to 17, it's the whole of that section.
But the noticeable area of land has got nothing to do with trees. In fact, so speak in the way that you described it wouldn't be noticeable. That's about the development of the screen. And you come on to it with his development scheme properly in a few moments. But in terms of the distance, you made a point that in principle 120 to 110, now you say 125, is incapable of preserving the two settlements being separate entities. And that approach, the way you describe it, is not compatible with the approach of inspection in this case.
I don't agree. I think it has to be taken on a case-by-case basis, and a site in Sussex, I don't know very much the context, so I don't think there's much more informed.
The measure distance are different in Sussex.
They don't, but it's the character and context.
120 metres is the same distance in every part of the country.
Correct, yes.
And in terms, I'll come on. So in terms of the features you say differentiate, it's potential for tree screening and what gets they're the only things in law to suggest that 120 metres has different consequences here to how it what's the other differentiating features that you identify?
It's the perception, how it is perceived, and so I can't really add more than what I've already said.
But how would anyone perceive 120 metres of separation if they want to go? You're talking about how 120 metres would look differently in one case to another.
It's where you see it from, what the angle of view, the different levels, the amount of screening, how established the landscape features are. There are lots of factors So each case has to be taken on its own merit.
So just taking that forward, of course, one of the key factors in relation to whether 120 metres is enough of a gap to maintain separate between two segments is the extent of invisibility between two segments. If a field is in between two segments and standing in the field, you can see both segments, more vulnerability to paralysis includes two segments. So, that must be right.
That is absolutely
Yeah. And we know, because there's references to it in the decision, that it was possible to see Bracklesham from early and see early from Bracklesham. The other side was the last bit of land between the two. It was within views of both. Yes?
That's true, but what I don't have a sense of is why the capacity study considered that this site that we're looking at now was of high capacity, whereas, and so there obviously are factors that are not drawn out in this that matter more than just physical distance.
Right, but I said that doesn't feature in the capacity, so it doesn't feature in the user. Then it very much to do with date, but those capacity studies more up to date on the other old winter study. But be that as it may, let's stick to the point, because whereas in that case, Bracklesham and Early were visible from each other, which created a greater benefit to parents that by seemed to get nearer. In the present case, it is not possible to see Exeter from the appeal site. Careful how you answer this, if you say it's possible to see Exeter from the appeal site, you find it shows it's go to the appeal site and ask you to judge
If you're standing on the appeal site, is it possible to see Exeter from the appeal site? So I am trying to think, well, is it possible? Well, from the train that runs alongside the appeal site, it's not actually on the appeal site. So I haven't actually got an answer. So I have to check. I haven't physically been on the appeal site. I've been round the boundaries, and I've been on the train a number of times.
Not actually the appeal site. So, well, be prepared to accept from me, based on the knowledge of topography, etc., various features of the landscape, be prepared to proceed on the basis it's not possible on the given site to see Exeter.
I can't comment on that.
It's not possible to see the site from Exeter. Wanted to go to the other side of the dive, where Exeter lies. Can't see the site from the dive.
That's true. You can see it from the road, the Newport Road where it crosses over the M5, and you can see it from but you can't see it from the other side of the motorway. Looking back,
You can't see the two in the same view. If you're on the M5, the other side, you can make an Exeter one.
yes.
Answer this question if you would like. If the appeals scheme happens, that anybody in Exeter will be no perception of Topsham getting closer.
That's not true because people walk through the footpath links that go from Newport Road through. So as you take those routes that go crossing over the motorway, you would have a perception when you go along Newport Road of see the minute you walk over the motorway, you would see the development. So the gap would be reduced to a point where perception would be of it having reduced to a point of not functioning.
The natural effect was someone's on the public side. My question is somebody who's in Exeter. So someone who is currently on the Exeter side of the M5, thus in Exeter, Sarah's in.
I agree, I agree, I agree, yeah.
And ditto, somebody on the Topsham side, would not in any way perceive that Exeter got the vote. So the same as whichever side you are, that's right.
So if you stand on Clyst Road and you look up at the turf cutting field entrance, which you look, so you can sort of do a panoramic view. There are two gateways that are set back slightly from the road, and you can stand and you can look and you see, when you look to the north, you see Exeter, and you pan round and you see the edge of Exeter, the other side of the motorway. You see house outlines, and then there's a hedge, and you turn, and then you would see the appeal site straight ahead across the skyline. So you would see this continuous line, hedge line. and then
Show
you see-
me the
Also, just clarify this, yes. I mean,
You
qualify the
you
answer.
could, so you could stand in one position and see the panoramic view taking both options.
That's not quite, that's not answer, that's not the question, isn't it? Let's go to your page 34, figure 5. Just, I think I'm enough, and look at what was you know, from which you talking about two?
So I'm talking about when you stood at viewpoint 5. 5, you get this panoramic view.
Yes. Of course, firstly, we must be conscious that that's a wholly inaccurate map, because quite large areas shown on the image being actually felt such as the area being such as even the first one.
It was the current Eris map I had at the time, so
So we have to cover, treat this map really caution, because it suggests it's a wider area.
that's true. It is just what was available as an
Okay,
Eris space.
sure. But we have to read it in conjunction with that and core document. Now, if one is standing in post development,
Yes.
all of that area that I've highlighted in yellow will still be undeveloped.
Sorry,
That's right.
I haven't got my long
So
distance
it's-
passes.
I think probably we're going to struggle a bit. So I think you might need to share that with us.
Yes.
I think this, but I can't.
Yes. Well, can we just go, because the problem is, because it's this, yeah, that, all of that, how would yourself?
Just
The, actually, I've marked that, but I've answered the question.
Oh, right, okay.
So the area I've highlighted in yellow would, amongst other areas, be, is that right? Do you agree?
Yes, that would be main aim, yes.
Not the only that, though, but just to be clear, perhaps the next question. What was that? Please.
So that's the East 7 then.
Now, therefore, if one is standing at 5, going that 5 water, imagine that very high levels, you would still be on view by 5, in that panorama, you would have on the left, the Topsham,
Yes.
on the right, the motorway, and the knowledge next to lie beyond the motorway. I'm not sure about the CO or the motorway, we will actually have it. And then in the middle, you have the open map. Yes, that's right.
So what,
Now, can you answer the question?
so yes, but what you actually see, that because of the way the land lies, and you'll have to see this on the site visits here, there's a hedge that runs, there's a gateway with these two hedge between the two gates, and you look one side of the hedge and you see Exeter, and you just look the other side of the hedge and you would see the developed site, and so in that sense, the perception of the gap would be lost to the point where it wouldn't function.
You would still, if you were studying at 5, whether now or after that, and you ask yourself the question, where is Exeter? The answer would be the other side. That's right.
That's correct.
And that would be the same after them, that's what we're talking
No, I think you would perceive it as coalescence. I don't think you would see it as a separate identity. I think you just see two lots of contemporary, modern architecture, buildings, developed form, running across the skyline. So I don't think you would perceive separate identity.
And that's really the dividing line. Your position is that post-development of viewpoint 5, the viewer would consider that there was one separate entity.
Yes.
And if you're wrong about that, you test it, you're wrong about that, you expect to, bearing in mind the extent of open analog domain, bearing in mind the scope of screening, etc., in fact, it's not disagree with the movie version because it's all way. Five is the high watermark.
Well, 5 is one of the points, isn't the only, but this is one of. But you would.
That is basically the point of it, isn't it?
It's one of, it's not the only point.
No, that's unfortunately, that is the issue. Your position is that the viewer consider the Topsham and Exeter are one and the same post. Whereas currently they're separate. That is the basis on which you write
That is one point. So at this point, currently, whilst there might be a railway in the view and the motorway, that railway isn't really perceived from that viewpoint 5, but you see an area of open land and it is appreciably open. And what you don't perceive is Topsham at that point. And what you would see is the skyline being developed across at the top of those fields.
the subject to reference in skyline.
So,
when it comes to skyline, we disagree on something the chief is how much visual be.
yes, so I think there would be from there and from Newport Road and from the train, you would see the development on the skyline. Yes. The purpose of this 3 times are probably for family visits 10 or 15.
Yeah, and you do families that you catch.
They don't count. They are not reversing.
When we're taking the train, you get a very clear sense of the path in Exeter as you leave the motorway, and even post the previous there will be a green gap between those roads.
There would, yes, be a small green gap, but at the moment, when you go from Newport across over the motorway, there are 5 fields of separation, so you see 5, 6 hedges because surrounding those, and you go green field, and then it's a raised field, then there's a very small field, then the orchard, then another field, and then you get to the Taylor Wimpey development. You start to see the Taylor Wimpey development before you get to it. So the perception of the Taylor Wimpey development is seen before the last hedgerow. So if you apply that and take it back 4 hedges, which is the scenario, as you leave housing development that's on the other side of the track on the Exeter side, you would then see this green field, and immediately behind it there's 1 hedge that you would see the proposed development over that hedge. So we'd have an appreciable change in the perception of the gap.
We know it changes the perception. You always get whenever house land needs to house really important to change. That's such that up.
Yes, there is.
Such that up. The question is not change, the outcome.
So the outcome. Yes, okay.
There will be a looking at outcome, not change, aren't there? This is Libya objection, the landscape objection is will there or won't be coalescence.
Yes.
So we can put change to one side. We've got to bold very clear. Yes, the width of the gap change, reducing. What he was looking at by judging whether it was coalescence or this
not is the less than before, but what's left.
Correct.
So your analysis doesn't stack up. Your analysis is based on there being less than there would be currently, and that's not the question. The question is, post-development, would there still be a gap in settlements, and the settlements still maintain identity? That's right, isn't it?
So, yes, but I'm going to qualify that, but as I explained, it's about the perception of the gap and how that would function. And those are the two things that I think would be lost, the perception of the gap and the functionality of the gap.
How is perception of 100 called it a small gap? How on earth is perception of 120 metres here any different to perception of 120 metres in the other case?
Because it's a different landscape.
But it's the same distance. You said the small
Same
gap.
distance,
You use the
yes.
word small. So you use these loaded terms without not thinking through. It is no smaller, in fact, it's like bigger than the gap. It's the same distance. Plainly not. It's the size of it is plainly not of itself. But not out of height, otherwise it would be
I cannot add further to that other than to say it's a different context.
The chief who said, what is use the word in the context of coalescence, what is seen on the ground matters as much as what one sees on the map. Do you agree that relevant to the question of coalescence is not simply how the two settlements will look at a future coalescence map, but how their relationship will be seen, particularly from public vantage points?
Yes.
Public vantage points here, and public rights of way, be they highway or roads and train.
Yes, public highways, train, and public rights of way. Yes, public roads.
And thank you. First, you will say that there's only so much you can ask about this until you get Exeter societies with judge on the side. But in terms of being trained by the side, yeah, which in terms of this road, if you look at really any, let's look at appendix 8, actually. Yes, illustration. For anyone traveling north or south on this road, by whatever means, the appeal site is the appeal scheme will be set back by something.
The appeal site is set back by about 100 metres from this road.
And there is existing tree cover around the edges, and that is capable, subject to when it comes towards matters of being reinforced.
Yes.
And the setback from the road, as well as the existing potential future screening, means that from this road in particular, the site is visually well contained.
Will you repeat that?
Yes, it's visually contained, visually well contained.
This road.
Yes.
Yes, but I'll qualify that when you walk, I've walked this road a number of times, and you do get glimpses through to the site through the hedge in summer. So you would receive development on the site of this road for cyclists or walker, but most notably for gateways.
Yes, so glimpses is the highest you put it. If someone wants to look hard enough, they can see it. They're going to be fleeting views, set back and moderated by identity.
Yes, but it would be on the high ground looking high. be able to see it on the driveway.
It is necessary, isn't it, to have, in this context, to have regard to the scope for mitigation, screening, view, reinforcing infrastructure, use of your artificial concepts, necessary to have regard.
I think yes, but I'd like that to be absolutely qualified by the plans.
Okay. But for landscape assessment, the landscape not to be able to give you, let's say, something. Could you take up Mr. Cook's appendix 15? Take a moment to refresh your memory as to what this is. Don't be just tell us how you see it.
Yes.
Everything in here is described as capable of having fallen to an active stage. Is capable. Nothing here that it would be impossible for the council to support the active stage.
Next.
No, it isn't. So, inspector can proceed on the basis that Mr. Cook's appendix side accurately describes something which could have been to
Yes, but we don't have anything before us. Obviously, it's out.
I understand. Maybe try not, and it's difficult sometimes to just try not to question. I'm happy to qualify where necessary.
in light of that, I won't walk you through that. It's really, so
Yeah.
we did.
Well, I just wonder if I may, what I'm a bit concerned about is the important space, you agree with everything that's said in the code, that's what's the important space, which is the means.
Well, that's the hit, that's what we're going to say.
No, it's not, I'm not trying to say anything at all. What I want is to be clear, is the witness being invited to do everything? Is
everything that's described in here, capable of the question I put, a very clear answer, everything here in principle is capable of being achieved. Matter of fact. I mean, if something in here you think is incapable of being achieved,
I'm happy to give you time to
have a break, have a 5 minute break.
Well, why don't we have 5 minutes break? I don't know how progress is really, because obviously we don't have a development in front of us. This is outlined.
But provided the inspector is satisfied that that reserve at the stage and acceptance could come forward, then so it doesn't really matter that the question is, in principle, not is there something that is tied in, but in principle, there's all of this stuff which the council clearly exercise duty properly reserve at the stage is secure. And I thought the position was yes, Mr. Reeves,
if I could just kind of intervene at this stage, I guess it depends where it's going, Mr. Banner, because I obviously understand it's an outline application, and I know the council is in their gift to determine the matter at each time. And at the same time, I am happy to use read document, but I think Mr. Banner, it depends where you think
the critical point is about the capability of securing appropriate screening, appropriate green infrastructure, appropriate enhancement of the green infrastructure network, facilitation, etc. Not precisely where each individual trees are, but it's that ability to enhance, soften, screen, etc. And that goes, of course, to the issues in relation to perceived coalescence. How does that get the vertical reaction and what that's the point.
So one thing I just qualify is that there are a number of references to green infrastructure, and I think the references to green infrastructure are rather narrow. And the inference I have read from this is that green infrastructure is, as it says at para 15.9 bullet 3, mainly the trees and hedgerows. Whereas I see green infrastructure as a much more multifunctional layer that enhances that includes access and movement through spaces, as well as the design of shape of those spaces. So,
Kinds of things he talks about.
but there is no,
Potential to create a multifunction environment, principally for accessibility. I see what you said.
but what I would just say is that it appears the only way into the site is from the south, and so it doesn't connect out into the broader landscape in terms of connecting into Clyst Road, it connecting across into people. So it's in that sense the connectivity cannot be delivered in terms of, so Whitehall Lane, for example, is, it's not that we haven't got a scheme in front of us, and I am just expressing that there are some aspects that appear to be missing from this, so it's by omission.
Well, I suggest miscalculated the way that you straight well beyond the scope of the required. And that's just, if you want, I suggest you read it like that and you disagree. But the reference, for example, which respect to especially northern bound 1514, currently defined by the shore hedge, punctuated kind of pylon, all the existing construction trees that we retain, very northern part of the coast. Those are the kinds of things that I'm trying to see if we can agree factually in your terms of understanding how this development is capable of being a conflict.
I don't understand this, but I don't know whether it might be easier, because obviously this is going straight back to the illustrative master plan.
Yes.
And is it easier to approach the question on the basis of the illustrative master plan? Clearly, I'm not telling you how to question.
Either way, really, I quite like to see if the script goes into the verbal description of the university, that will help the process, and you may have to read more.
That's fine. I think if that's the case, it's probably fair to the witness.
Yeah.
5 minutes to read each points and documents.
I don't want that to be do disagree, that's your prerogative, and I'd like to know what you disagree about, so after you call that maybe you do agree. Those are the key aspects I'm trying to understand the rest of the bank, that's those around the various sides of development, the extent to which there's currently screening, the extent to which there could be more, and I understand what you agree on.
What it might be useful for me to say is that what we can assume is how the Taylor Wimpey site is starting to look. So that is nearly completed, and we can make an assumption that this would appear like that in terms of a continuation of, because I think it's Mr. Goodman, I can't remember the reference, says that the character would be like, there was a point about character, about it being in character with, and I assume that was with the Taylor Wimpey site.
You'll always be careful to make assumptions.
I should be careful to make
I mean, obviously, in terms of design, that may be the case, maybe who knows. But in terms of the landscape strategy and recommendation, that would be the subject of this commission, the conditions for the reserve matters. That's in any way entirely low on the set.
No, that's correct.
So that's the part, just I think I would like to have that, but rather understand that it disagrees, you would be, you have their chance to consider it before you don't understand what the guidelines are. Specifically, I do want to know if you don't accept it, precisely what kind of.
Can we take 5 minutes, Jim? So it's 5 minutes.
So I'm just, may I make 10 minutes? 5 minutes soon passed, and we 10 minutes.
10, 5
Can I just say, this junction, so I'm working with the not actually getting this developed. My inherent optimism we both get but we are, if we might well agree.
And was it 60 minutes?
The chief bit of that, or less than that, actually.
I guess it depends how long.
Yeah, there's a bit. It's a. It depends.
We'll revisit. I think we'll revisit after we finish cross examination. You can use some time to prepare, and we have time to start examination. If that's available, that would be possible. We'll see where we are after. So we'll break 10 minutes. Come back at 4 o'clock.
Thank you.
I got your yeah.
You
only got a few points. So, my first is paragraph 15.8, and this is about broad landscape design principles, that it talks about high quality network of green spaces for both the new and existing adjacent community. This is a long way from the main Topsham community. So what would take someone out into this space to use these spaces with no connectivity on beyond? It is a finger sticking out into the wedge. So that is a place-making point.
Before we take each one,
Okay.
that's the first. I think it's fair to say that's a comment on 55. You're not saying that anything is wrong. That's wrong. That's and nor does that comment forward in anything.
No, it doesn't. But of course, the reason is about an outline application. The second point I have is so I just would say there's an awful lot of could. It could be done. It could be done. This is there's a lot of promise in this, and whether that would be delivered is obviously not for me to have in my mind at this moment.
Okay,
A lot of could.
Yeah, understood. That's exact line. But you don't say could. You're not saying could should be replaced with can't. You accept could.
No, I'm not saying correct.
Yeah,
that's it.
Okay, thank you. I'm making the note of that so I forget. So, I think that does mean that there's no question I asked. Everything here is capable and could be achieved. And subject to your point about 15.8, which really is an aberration. You agree? Independently could be achieved.
Theoretically, yes, could be achieved.
Thank you. Then could you go to Mr. Cook's main proof, section 8, which draws upon that.
So section 8,
Section
not appendix 8.
Correct, section 8. Starting on page 40. And what he does is look at in light of, amongst other things, the extent of existing potential future tree cover and tree infrastructure, as well as voluntary hills at views from various side perspectives. So it starts at 41 views from the countryside to the north.
Yes.
And in relation to the north, 8.8, combination of what we treat as built for asset interest lines of sight, use of this high level provision affected, and then in relation to the whole right lane and Jackside array, again, very good opportunity to preserve the very scheme. Again, factually, everything said there is correct.
Yes.
Then 8 point.
I'm so sorry, just remind me that. What is just said back?
8.8 to 8.11. So the views from the north.
Views from the north.
No major vision will be affected with the post scheme in terms of these views. And then again, it's going tell me if we can go quicker, but again, views from the south, there's an analysis there. And no significant vision will be affected in terms of those views, the reasons given that given 8, 13, 8, 14. Is there anything inaccurate in 8, 13, 8, 14?
No.
Again, to the east, anything inaccurate in 8, 17, 8, 18?
So this is where I think I got to disagree. So,
so could we just pause? Can you take this in stages then? So we've got public highways, Clyst Road, heavily framed by hedgerows and tree cover, very limited opportunity to observe roads except for fleeting view, or kind of read views actually, limited, as we said. So pause there, that first bit of 817, can we agree with that?
so I would say they're more than fleeting, and there's a real sense of presence, especially in the winter and in gaps where there are trees. Obviously, there are sunflowers at the moment planted across the main gateways, but obviously the inspector is invited to have a look at that. But this is where I think I would disagree, and that what we must remember is the road is used by not just car drivers who perhaps look straight ahead, but walkers, cyclists, etc. So I think this is where the level of change we diverge.
And of course, we have to bear in mind, don't we, the extent to which it could be traditional farming.
Yes,
And
but if because the land of the site rises up over a slope, you're not going to have. I think you would not be able to fully mitigate to not see it. It would be present in the views.
But at present, the question is whether there be a major significant. Mr. Cook denies that he would always see on nearby, but no major or significant emission. I think this is the vantage point from which you described experience. That word earlier, and that you had from this cycle.
It would, but from those images, you would see it crossing the top of the hill, which is the skyline. So it would be a skyline development.
Yeah, that doesn't go to coalescence per se.
That point doesn't go into coalescence, but the combination of that change in view with the other views experienced along that section of road would lead to the perception of coalescence and the function of the gap going. I think there would be a bit more of glimpses, because whilst the bare ground site is glimpsed, when you put development on the site, it changes the visual relationship because of the presence of that development. Because it's higher, it would be higher than the hedges surrounding the site, and you're looking up at it on high ground.
And you, in your view, you would say that the visual will effect will be major? Or do you agree with look, no major visual effect results from these views?
Well, it would take a proportion. I think it would be. It would probably moderate major.
Yeah. Okay. Then the next 43 views to the west, anything inaccurate in what it says as 8, 20, 22.
Right. So views from the west. So Newport Road.
Just read 8, 20, 23, just tell me specifically then it's inaccurate.
So I consider paragraph 820 in the bottom says fleeting views through though the proposals would be seen in the context of the adjacent Taylor Woodley development currently under construction. And that fleeting view, I think, is based on a car drive just looking straight ahead, but that lane is used by far more than just car drivers looking straight ahead. So I think the change would be across that 300 meters of skyline that would be experienced. So we diverge in our views there.
Right. Okay.
Then in 821, the final sentence says the rail line would offer passengers a fleeting view seen in the context of the Taylor Woodley scheme. So I actually think we would appreciate the extension of that finger of development extending out into that gap. And whilst it isn't a long duration view in terms of train journey time, it would be enough to alter the perception.
It would be traditionally, have you measured it in seconds, how time duration on the train, how fast
it is probably only a matter of seconds.
maybe a second.
I did take a video of it.
That's something.
So
And in terms of the point of view, you seem to view the fact that the site preceding the concept as negative. I suggest you doesn't it? I mean, can we agree that if the appeal scheme happens, we agree as a logical extension to the ultimately in due course seen as one rather than as two separate developments? In reality, that's how they see it. Do you agree?
I do agree, but I just qualify that because that's the point I raised earlier. I said it would, in all likelihood, look the same as the Taylor Woodley development, or very similar to. But the point that matters is that it's the what's left of the gap, and what would be left of the gap would be insufficient to for its perception and function of the gap to remain.
Then, so just to be clear, apart from the points you made at 820 and 821 about non-vehicular, and apart from your view, your consideration that at 819, Mr. Cook is right to say no major to you, that you think it's moderate major. Other than that, there's commonality between section 8. Those are 3 points. The 3 points of difference you highlighted is 819, you agree that say it would be moderate major, 820 and 821, give your attention to non-car users.
Yes.
His evidence. Just bear with me 1 minute. Can we go back to your invite on page 34 of your proof? Your viewpoint 5 I'm discussing earlier. That viewpoint 5, that one of the 5 watermarks of your analysis. Somebody there is not in Exeter, not in Topsham, they're actually in the gap, aren't they?
Yes.
And could you keep that up? Could you take up your consultation stories, which you see there?
Yes.
And go to paragraph. Page 25. Yeah. So
I ever so sorry, I don't know what it is about C. Every time I click on it, it says page not found. Thoroughly so I don't want to stop you.
I'll read out very
Would you
fast.
mind? Yeah, thanks very much.
So it's actually on page 20, so paragraph 85. And over the page 26, very top, you say this: the land in East Devon is the key to maintaining the world impact. That's the analysis you put forward there. The land in East Devon is the key land to maintaining the world impact. Yeah.
Yes, I do say that.
And to understand the land in East Devon is well, it's east of the appeal site, but it's beyond the appeal site. Yeah, so it's basically this area here to the east of this road.
No, East Devon goes up to the motorway, the yellow area.
So the yellow area, yeah, that's right. So the appeal site is not East Devon.
No.
And so
So the yellow area that we passed that will remain undeveloped. Obviously, will be at the foreground for viewpoint 5, with one of your key viewpoints. Yeah, that yellow area is in fact, which will be unaffected by the field schemes, in fact what you described as the key land in terms of your consultations. Right.
Yes, but I'm going to qualify. I don't say that the land around would not be affected in terms of reception. So it's not going to be developed, no.
And its own role is not going to be changed.
Its role is not going to be changed, but I have looked much more, and I am still looking at the perception of the gap is what is more important than the just physical 110, 125 meters. It's about perception and the functionality.
And presumably all of that in mind with consultation response. You can talk about perception of the consultation response.
I did, but I have had further time to look at it, and I've thought much more about it.
So, I mean, but are you saying you changed your mind?
I've added more weight to the importance of the siting.
Let's be clear. You said before the land in East Exeter is the key land and maintaining the law perception of the gap. In its consultation response, 27 pages, it's taken some time. Does that remain your view?
But
Does it remain your view? Yes.
It remains part of my view, but I'm just going to find a reference.
No, that's not I'm not going to say that. Is that correct? The land in East Devon is the key land for maintaining the law perception of the gap. Is that your advice to business benefit for that?
No.
And that's you change your mind. And nothing we know on the ground changes circumstances is that justifies the law passed by you. You just changed your mind.
Yes, but I said the key. I didn't say only.
Sure, but now you're saying that's changed. And you no longer think that needs to be that. How many times have you done the site since you went to consultations? Afterwards?
5 or 6.
5 or 6.
It doesn't surroundings.
For the purposes of the
yes.
And have you visited land East Devon itself too from that time?
I've been along the road, but I haven't walked onto the land. That's not got public access.
There's other aspects, of course, where you take up a different position in your consultations and response to your evidence now, some of which the points have been withdrawn, but I wasn't leave them. But take, for example, the consultation response, paragraph 78. See paragraph 78. You prayed for an access statement. That sets out a very clear vision, development concept. Further up to 75, there's a very detailed DAS that clearly sets out the concept, both in pure landscape terms and development. So it speaks purely positively about the DAS. We go to your proof, paragraph 69. You talk about shortcomings in the DAS. I mean, there's I to spend hours actually pointing out differences between your proof and the consultation response. That's another illustration of you abandoning your earlier position and taking a different position after council decided to be planning commission.
So if I
Right.
could just clarify, paragraph, well, no, clarify, just took me to paragraph 69, which said where I was about the lack of an LBIA, just a DIS. So that's.
That's not quite what you say, sorry, that's not what you say, you're talking about shortcomings.
I'd say an LBIA was not included in the application, just the DAS. There are a number of shortcomings which of course cannot be allowed as objective assessment in the way that an LBIA would. So that's what I'm saying, it's not an LBIA.
It didn't occur to you to say that in the consultation response. You talked about a very clear and a very detailed document, including relation to landscape, what you said. It seems to any objective reading of your consultation response that you beat that with conclusions after the council That's fair reading to take, isn't it? As your original consultation response.
Yes.
And another example, for example, is you tell us in your proof that 133, page 42, the site is zoned, you say, language zoned as the unsuitable for any substantial development, no capacity for the proposals. Indeed, in my first question, you said any significant developments were not according to CP16. But if you go to CP30 and contrast that document we just looked at with the original consultation response, if you look at the summary, on page 4,
Oh, right.
a revised application with fewer houses.
Oh, sorry, are we on?
Your original.
Oh, right, okay.
So just contrasting the analysis in the proof, no capacity, unsuitable for any substantial development, what you confirmed in earlier examination, with the original view you had, page 4, CD30, paragraph M, a revised application with fewer houses, more GI and recreation links could bring benefits and could cause the objective to CPC.
Yes, I did say that.
You go on to the site could be developed in NO, last time you have no accepted impact and policy objectives. And again, you've had to change heart, haven't you?
I've looked at it in more detail. And I put all of those comments in the context of should it be required, and I was very clear that I said that, and I'm trying to find the
You didn't say it wasn't no, that's not right. That's not right. At J, you qualify the observations related to landscape that shouldn't be a sufficient need for the site to be developed. You don't apply that qualification to M or O.
Actually, I think I do. So it doesn't say it in M, but should there be sufficient need? So this review document was looking at, so if there was need, what would happen? And so that's why it says, should there be sufficient need in J?
No, that's not right. J is talking about this application. And should there be a sufficient need for this application, then any landscape work should do the following. It talks about the proposed developments, talks about reserve matters, etc. When you get to M, you're talking about an alternative scheme. And you say revised application, not this application, revised application with fewer houses with a core objective. You don't qualify that by saying it shouldn't be sufficient.
No, I don't in that paragraph, but my meaning is that it should be. It is about if there is sufficient need.
Right. So you have to read in words to your consultation response. That's what you're saying. You have to read in
requires that it is intentionally expressed.
Well, we take what I say in J goes through, and so carries through, and then so it's about should there be need, then this is one way it might. So,
You see, the problem is you look at the actual main text, 26. There should be a need again is expressed specifically to this scheme. Saying 6, should there be a sufficient need, then which may enhance the proposed development, we have to have the reserve not to say. It's basically saying if we're going to grant permission, do it in the following way. Whereas what you're saying at N and O is refuse permission, however, you could grant permission for something for it. Two separate points to make, aren't they?
they are separate points, but they are based on if there is a need.
Of course, for example, I'll deal with the need with the construction that things change.
I'm aware that things have changed since the Taylor Wimpey decision was made, but I'm not up to date on things that have changed more recently.
Okay, so we read in the qualification to M and O.
We read it the qualification.
Fringes study. We agree the fringes study looks at the zones on an overall basis and averages the zones up. I mean, one needs to in any case look at the individual parts of that under consideration.
Yes.
Yeah. You'd like that, but we take the EFS issues and there's rare division of proofs. I've got some questions instructed on how you balance in relation to those. Lastly, from paragraph 1, you make another point, again, not in your responsible 7. You make a point again, not made in your consultations. You say that the CEC report from September 2013, you assume in the top case 45 that the CEC report's scope didn't extend the appeal side because they thought the land was such high value that it wasn't worth considering.
Yes, and in that value, I mean in the text of coalescence.
Yeah, but I mean, first, that's not something that's stated in the report.
No.
And you don't suggest that you've spoken to the author of the report to see if that's up their brief. There's no documentary records of what the reasons were for the scope of their brief.
I'm sure there is, but I haven't said you remember that.
And so you're speculating, aren't you?
I'm speculating that.
And there's many other potential reasons why their scope is as it would be. All sorts of reasons why they considered their scope wasn't supposed.
There are, but I might have to come back there. I might have to think about it and find the source document. But I think my recollection is the CEC visual evaluation report was about. So it was here. I put 146. It was sites that was strategic housing land available for the SHLA had identified as
Sorry, where are we now?
So with my paragraph 146, so
yeah.
the reason for sites to be included in the CEC visual evaluation report was they were SHLA sites previously identified as being unsuitable for development under the current strategic planning policy, but that developers had shown interest in being forward. So that was the justification.
Yes, they're being promoted and it feels like one.
Not to my knowledge, because it wasn't.
So that might be rather than CEC taking a view that it's completely non-start for the site, basically what the site more.
It wasn't, I agree, but it was probably because it wasn't accessible to everyone.
Well, until the Taylor site was not.
No. No.
Okay, thank you. And then can we lastly go to Mr. Seaton's appendix, the buffer appendix 5? And that should be extracts on the merging Exeter plan. And sorry, to write back. And let's just understand the position. I understand it is that the council has resolved to take this document forward to regulation 8 consultation. So the first stage of consultation before regulation 8 regulation 19.
Yes.
And any one on page 38 is the equivalent going forward of that replacement of CP 16, as I understand it. Is that right?
Yes. I don't know how much weight this carries. That's obviously
matter planning.
Matter planning.
And when we look at any one, there's no longer a specific policy protection of the gap per se, or policy protection against coalescence per se.
No, it talks about Exeter's distinctive and valued landscape setting will be protected. So,
we've agreed.
And what it says above in paragraph 9.5 is that should
we agreed that we're not
conserve the strategic landscape setting of backdrop to the city. And I'm just looking.
Well, they've agreed that the VSD doesn't contribute to attractive setting either Topsham or Exeter. The point is, if this were the adopted policy, there'd be no infringement on it, would there? From a landscape point of view, because we're not part of the value landscape setting, not attractive landscape, and
So it says avoid prominent bridges and slopes. Of course, I think that would be quite further to the north. But protect, conserve, and enhance existing trees and open undeveloped skylines. Well, that might apply here as an open undeveloped skyline. Avoid breaching skylines with development for keeping roof lights, well-placed skylines formed by vegetation and landform.
But bear in mind that's not the policy. The policy is only one, and the policy is a landscape policy. Landscape setting.
Yes,
and not coalescence. And we've agreed, haven't we, that there's no landscape objection in this case. It's a coalescence objection.
Yes.
And coalescence is not something this policy seeks to deal with.
No.
So the answer to my question is this: based upon the council's position in your inquiry, were any one the council resolved to take forward what it thinks is the appropriate policy in the future, were any one to be the replacement policy of CP16, it wouldn't be a infringement, it wouldn't be a breach on the council's case.
No, if this was the only policy going forward, but it's obviously not, it's a draft, it's not got weight.
There's no policy dealing with coalescence, is there?
Not in that wording, no.
And then if we go to then the next section, there's an allocations after the council has actually decided that it's appropriate in order of recognising how it needs to take forward allocations for residential developments in the street, what is currently Topsham and Exeter.
Yes.
Your view, obviously, to explain the significant development in fringe CP16. So these are developments which, on your own view, would contribute towards coalescence, but the council accepts that contribution towards coalescence is going to be necessary to be had. Right.
Yes. But the site that is subject of this appeal is not one of those sites.
Yes, that's right. Coalescence would occur from the developments in your case. Forward. And you see in the map for each of these, there's a key, isn't there? And the proportion of Clinton is 4, and we checked on line 4 and line 2. But do you see on the left there's landscape sensitivity, and then there's colour coding effectively, landscape sensitivity. Yes?
Yes.
Were you involved, were you instructed by the council in relation to assessing landscape sensitivity? No, you've not had a role.
No.
Okay. And I think just about at the start, if you look carefully enough, that the light of the church light is medium and the beige is high medium, will be corrected if that's what we understand it should be. And the appeal site is the same shading as the allocations.
Yes.
So the council's formal position in its regulation 19 is to regulation, my apologies, regulation 18 is to promote these 4 sites in total for development, which you accept will cause coalescence and which have the same assessed sensitivity as that current positions.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you just like to stay there a second? Mr. Leader, re-examination, you need some time. Are you pursuing the re-examination?
I think I ought to just re-examine on one. I could re-examine on more, but I'm sure Christopher's having less than that. So,
are you ready to go, Mr. Leader?
Yeah, I think I'd better get on with it. Something to turn their red button.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Right, now I'd just like to revisit, if I may, your objective summary to CV 30. And in particular, what you say in paragraph M and O. Just get these paragraphs. This won't take long. Right. That puts you. That when one reads M&A, one can draw this conclusion that you're going to grant permission, grant something smaller. Other words, I noticed that puts you in relation to those 2 paragraphs. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, if you read M&A, are you telling us that your view, the appeal site is acceptable as a site for development houses who are taking something else?
I'm clearly saying it's not because I could. The development as proposed does not deliver a strong anti-coalescence development that would benefit the landscape.
Yeah. So, as the scheme stands, looking at the illustrative material we've got, what's wrong with it in a nutshell? How does it fail to deliver strong anti-coalescence development?
Because it narrows the gap to the point where the perception of the gap is damaged sufficiently for the function of the gap to no longer function as a strategic gap. And in my decision making, there's an element of public perception. It's the perception of the gap. It's not just about the physical meterage of the gap.
Right. So you plainly had it wrong. Did you have in mind when you wrote M what steps might be necessary in design terms to fix the problem that the site does not deliver a strong anti-coalescence? Did you have in your mind's eye a picture of how that would look? If you did say yes, if you didn't say no, that's what you said.
Yes, so development that's held back from the railway line, not reaching the, going beyond the pylons. So a much reduced development that didn't extend along the railway line, so you let off the top of the ridge. So it really was a very much reduced development, but it was in the context of if it was needed. I saw the development extended beyond the pylons as being wasn't forming a good edge. So, but of course, that's not what we have in front of us. We have in front of us 100 houses, which is much reduced scale.
Yeah, I've not yet received it. So, thank you very much. There's any questions? Yeah.
I don't actually. I think they've been answered through the course of the afternoon. So you may take, you can stay there if you wish, while we decide what we're going to do next. It's coming up to 4:05. So, Mr. Banner, we did toy with the idea of another witness. Maybe it's getting to the point now where it's slightly too late to.
I fear it is, which is a shame, part of my fault. I think that the duration's being explained what it's been. This time, if you're starting at 9:30.
Yeah, so the idea.
Yeah, if you have a stronger version starting before 9:30, you do. Okay, well, there we are.
I think 9:30 probably. I'm happy to start from 9 o'clock, and I think it's fair to Clyst and other people who've obviously probably spending some of tonight doing extra work and etc. I think 9:30 is a reasonable time to start. In which case, we'll start tomorrow with examination sheets with Mr. Cook.
That's right.
Before we do leave today, there was a couple of points that we addressed today. A few outstanding matters. One of them was the room availability for tomorrow.
You've got the room to your heart's content.
Okay, so beyond 4:30,
yes,
which might be needed tomorrow. We do have time on Friday, but if at all possible, I think that we can finish. If we can finish most of the, well, everything apart from the closings, that's ideal.
Yeah.
Certainly, if we can finish the evidence tomorrow, that's. I do think we need to try and aim for that.
Yes,
objective tomorrow. But we might get round to the conditions and obligations session, which would leave closing submissions and site visit arrangements. Just on the site visit, has there been any progress on that at this stage, or is that something that's going to be pursued throughout the evening?
I think probably the latter, so I'll be concentrating on mass examination, so I haven't had a chance to learn my mind, but we'll update you.
Okay. I just need to click through my notes actually, because I think there was something else as well. I can't remember what. Bear with me a second.
What I might say, sir, is that albeit we'll continue to think about to what extent we need to pick up and to what extent notes might help. Entirely up to you if you wanted to do the train journey this afternoon, we might do a discussion in but I've got no objection to that, and then obviously we'll decide whether we'd like to do it again, but it may be something we might do it's awkward.
Thank you. That was on my mind actually, whether I can do that even tomorrow morning.
Yeah, maybe it might help. So I'll bring it to you.
Yeah. Right. Okay. I think there was something else, but I can't remember what. If anyone's got any ideas what I might have missed.
Was it a plan, sir?
There was so we've had the issue with the plan. There's still a discussion ongoing, I think, between the two parties about variations of potential plans I might be presented with.
And I think where we got to on that, sir, is that I don't think council have got the capacity to change the plan they wish to submit. So maybe the most expedient thing is for the council to put it in and then for me to comment on the plan, i.e. to, do what Mr. Meager invited in terms of to take me through the points that arise from that.
Okay, so that's if I even believe that. The other point was just bear in mind, and this is obviously in trade after the decision this morning, but the habitats issue as well.
Yes, I've been sent some draft section 106 provisions, which I haven't yet had a chance to look at, but it's in trade. So we'll get into those tomorrow on that. If there's anything to send over in advance, I send via email or we should have one anyway, we'll send it to Helen Skillers and I'll do some updates. search, so that she goes in, you'll get that. Got an update.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bennett. That's no problem. If I do get a chance later on, I will try and have a look at the competition as well. Hopefully send something across, but you might not receive that until tomorrow anyways, for the similar reasons you just mentioned. So I think 4:45, coming up to 10 to 5, I don't think there's anything else to cover today. So we'll start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. We will revisit the timetable just in case any interested parties do attend tomorrow, but I'll make the assumption that probably not. Just to say thank you for sitting at the witness table. I know it's quite difficult and quite tiring as well, so make sure you get a well-earned break this evening if possible.
So I was going to ask you, so just so that we can all break down, is it worth just checking how long we'll anticipate we're going to be for each stage of our examination, cross-examination, prospective witnesses? Because I just want to make sure that we are being realistic in our expectations. I mean, I find that helpful about seeing that.
Okay, that's a good idea, and we did this earlier, but obviously things have evolved and we've heard different evidence from people, so it might probably worth starting obviously with tomorrow. The anticipation from Mr. Banner was 60 minutes.
Yes, I think Mr. Cook thinks we will be 60, we need 60 minutes. So I think it'll be close to that. In terms of Mr. Seaton, we haven't actually sat down and prepared it yet, because it's not likely about half an hour, probably about half an hour. I'm trying to be realistic estimate, but they're not maximum, but generally to inform. In terms of cross-examination, obviously it always depends on.
Well, that's so the course is going to be an hour. I will say now that I won't take more than an hour.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be nice and focused. So that takes us to 11:30.
So 11:30. Obviously, bear in mind we probably will have a break in between, but I think 11:30 sounds about right.
Okay, so this will probably 11:45.
Yeah, re-examination as well, potentially.
So we've done with Mr. Cook before lunch, and then I've got to call Mr. Robinson. Now, I suspect that what I can ask him to do is read his summary, which won't take him long at all, and then there'll be just a few summary questions. So his examination sheet will be done in 20 minutes. So,
shall we say half an hour?
Yeah, let's do up to half an hour. So that's going to be the change around. We're going to be done by 12:30.
Yeah, if my calculations are correct, yes.
And then we want to start cross-examination for lunch.
It depends, we could have an early lunch.
I really don't mind early way. I'd like to have cross-examination already.
And I'm a cheeky answer. How long is it going to take?
About an hour 15. It might be, it does depend on the witness, but between an hour and an hour 15, I think.
So we took it over lunch. Back at 1:30, 2:30, 2:35. And then we've got Mr. Seaton. He is half an hour. He'll be on by 3:30. So yeah, and I won't take long to Seaton. So we are.
And then I suppose the question to think about is if we get conditions 1.6, great. But the real question is how long the 1.6 session will take. How much you want to hear discussion on the controversial obligations. Because there's in relation to that some of the controversial obligations the council has a stance, although you have the neutral stance, so you need to make your own decision. So the unknown fact whether we will get to anything done apart from closing tomorrow is how that session will run. And that raises a knock-on point, which is if we don't get to that session tomorrow, do you have a view on whether that could be done eventually? So there's closings. I'm conscious that maybe personal reasons why doing it might be better on Friday.
I don't have a strong view either way. As long as we get the evidence heard in the room, that's obviously quite important to me. The closing submissions I've already covered I don't mind. I'm not precious about being in the room, but I certainly want to hear the closings.
Do you want to hear them on Friday?
Well, this is the other point I was about to raise. Not necessarily, but I think, bear in mind, I'm sure your diary is fairly full.
I'd want to get it done on Friday. If it does get done. Speaking for myself, if we get them done, I have no problem with doing them remotely on Friday. If you can be done next or Thursday, or take that calendar. It can be 2 or 2:30 on Friday. Personally, equally, I've got no problem saying over doing them 12:30 on Friday here in person. I don't much mind. But
I think not my concern, but I'm just not sure whether we'll get around to doing planning conditions and obligations, depending on I used to ask many detailed questions, particularly about the sill mitigation, but it does sound to me as though things are being resolved.
I think we should have that.
Yes.
Probably will. I think that probably the main areas of dispute are going to be the matters in the sequence of sill approved, so that the NHS, which is quite precise, matters a lot. People are going to have to pay the money, and then the education officers as well. But nonetheless, Mr. Super said that so it depends really on how much discussion you want and how much you're prepared to consider the arguments on the papers.
Well, I think I'll need to take a view on that overnight and have a look through the material again, rather than
absolutely
box myself and then suggest it's going to take X amount of time. But I do think we probably will, by the time we've heard all the evidence tomorrow, we should have at least an hour and a half by the time.
Sounds like it.
At least. And if we stayed until 5:30, which I'm not advocating, given it's like 9:30, but certainly if it was a case of finishing slightly later to get finished, then that would be my preference. So I think we're just going to have to, again, play by ear.
Yeah.
But it sounds feasible to me that we could finish tomorrow, apart from closing submissions, and then we'll have another discussion about how best to deal with them. And I will take into account your preparation time as well, because I understand if you're travelling to do the closings virtually, you're probably not spending time preparing them on the train, but certainly not in quiet space.
No, I'm driving.
Okay, well, I don't think we'll be doing it while driving. No. So I'll bear that in mind as well, and that might dictate whether we stick around for Friday, and also I've got the site visit as well. That's the other point.
I think there's some things we can carry that. We'll have a sense of the pace by lunchtime and where we are.
I think so, yes. Okay.
The decisive factor maybe surviving the crowd you're in, and pressing it and so on. Perhaps I should go home.
Okay, so I think thank you, Mr. Leader. I think that's helpful actually, that I'm fairly confident now about the evidence being completed tomorrow and reasonably optimistic about the obligations and conditions. I think we're in a fairly good position. I think we need to leave now, really. We've been here longer today, so I'll be here at 9:30, and have a good evening and try and relax if possible.
Can we leave documents in the room overnight?
I don't know. Is the answer to the question. I don't know. I think this room will be open, so there probably will be people that could here come in and out. I don't have to lock this room.
No meetings or anything like that.
There are not meetings taking place for the rest of the week, but I'm not able to lock them.
Obviously.
I think that's the answer. Probably in your own risk. I'm not going to leave my laptop. Thank you, everybody. All right,
There's a button to stop on there, which somebody needs to press at some point. If you wait a second, I'll ask Simon. It should be end stream, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it is, but we.
Yeah, don't want to be responsible for anything intellectually.
So, you know,
Yes, good.
Up to you, Gary.
I got one of those. Yeah, I think we've got to give it back though because
I cleared my diary, so
September. Simon, do we keep these? Or do we give them back to you? I just, it just says
everyone's
September.